Good morning, folks. Good morning, good morning. Pardon me, I'm quite late today. 16 minutes late. Ay, 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 what the fudge? If I may excuse myself, if I may find an excuse for myself, as I'm still trying to adjust into this outfit, my first alarm clock was nowhere to be heard. Absolutely nowhere to be heard. Nowhere. Because it was first rang at 5 and I just didn't hear it. Apparently, I just heard the one that I have usually have another one at 5:52 to tell me, hey, this is time to start your stream. It's the latest time. You shouldn't start later than that. And I respect it most of the time, but today I completely skipped it. Don't know why. I think I was more tired than usual, maybe. And yeah, body was just like, fuck off, I'm not waking up. And you just gotta respect your body sometimes. Well, sometimes. Yeah. Cool. Folks, we're hacking things today. We're hacking things. We're gonna keep doing what we were doing yesterday, which is Natas 17. Alright, I'm gonna open up the VM, and as this while this goes on, after I'll go get a water. Today we're gonna be doing a little bit of a longer stream, folks. Gonna be doing a little bit of a longer stream. So I don't know, we can keep going until at least 9 p.m. We can do at least 9 a.m. Excuse me, like at least 3 hours. Yeah. That's gonna be the plan for today, folks. That will be the plan. Cool. This. All right. Yesterday I did a bit of updating and upgrading. So we have a fresh new computer. Oh, do we have some more people? Feels a bit slow today. No. Is my charger plugged? Is my computer plugged in? Yeah. Feels slow. Everything. Just give me a sec. Yeah, it is. Does everything feel slow for you too? Well, this is fine. This is fine. Okay, we're just a temporary thing. You're not seeing the right screen. Give me a sec. Close this. And now you should see the good one. We missed Shy Hat. I guess he was on this morning. But yeah, did you see the meme yet? No, not yet, MC. XR. What the fudge, dude? Here we go again. No, let me see. Discord. Oh, I feel slow. I feel slow. What's going on? I think I should maybe get some more memory onto my computer. Really wanted to see the shot I had this morning. Oh, see, it's not charging. It's not charging. So that's the problem. Now my computer should be a bit healthier. All right, let's see it. I'm on Discord. You don't see it? Let me just show you Discord. Discord. Where's Discord? Order, move to top. Oh, you don't see Discord. Shoot. Doesn't matter. Let's just check out the meme. Your best memes. When you look at someone's computer who doesn't use dark theme. Nice one. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I see so many streamers and they don't use it. I mean, they're not all at night like we are, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, problem is the shy hat. I don't see it here. It doesn't matter a ton. Yeah, yeah. Man, I see so many streamers and they don't have it activated. I'm like, ugh. Yesterday I was looking at a French one, a French streamer. middle of the day. And there was 62 followers, 62 viewers. I'm like, wow. 62 French people just like looking at this in the middle of their day. It's pretty cool. All right, XR. Today we're back on Neta 17. We didn't move forward too much yesterday. We tried different things. So if I can tell you a bit more about what we did. We tried to, honestly, what I tried to do was escape SQL. French joke, they're all looking at that. Oh no, XR. XR, are you saying we all surrendered? No, no, no. No, I take offense in that. We didn't surrender to the problem, not this time. All right, check existence. So, XR, I try to escape here the SQL, but then ChatGPT and Densiac both told me that it was not possible, and I still don't understand why that's not possible. So let's check that. Maybe you have an idea too. But the whole thing is that this input, I try to finish the SQL by typing in more things, but apparently you can't do that. So we have to look for another way, and Densiac put us on the right path. Well, it kind of gave us the answer as well, but it was pretty tough. Table, purpose, and explanation, or So here let's ask why again. Why can we not escape SQL? Because SQL is a final execution language in this chain. There's nothing outside of it to escape. Let's unpack this carefully. What escaping actually means. When people say escape SQL, they often mean break out of SQL and run something else. Exactly. But that's not what escaping is. Oh. Escaping really means leaving a string literal and returning the same language's syntax. Username Alice or 1 is equal to 1. Did not escape SQL. You escaped a string, but you're still inside SQL. The execution stack, this is the key. All right, so we're going to understand this a bit better. Your request flows like this. Browser into PHP, application language into SQL, into MySQL database. Each layer only understands its own language. What MySQL understands. It understands SQL keywords, SQL functions, SQL operators, SQL comments. What MySQL does not understand. PHP, shell commands, file system, paths, JavaScript, HTML. So when the execution reaches MySQL, PHP is already done. The OS is already done. Only SQL exists. There's literally nowhere else to go. Why you can't escape SQL? To escape SQL would require another interpreter after SQL, or SQL delegating execution to another language. In this challenge, SQL does not call PHP, SQL does not call the shell, SQL does not evaluate variables. SQL does not re-enter application code. So SQL is 1 is equal to 1 is a true regardless of what the input is. That's true. But what I mean here is, why can't we just put anything, XR, that would lead us to the catting the password? Does that make sense? Like, why can't I just escape SQL to back to PHP to then execute something that goes like, go cat this password, which we can do on PHP. So that's the question here, and this explanation is so SQL is the bottom stack. I think this is pretty important. Why confusion happens? Because in other contexts you can't escape. HTML, you can escape into JavaScript. JavaScript, you can escape into HTML. Shell, you can escape into other programs. PHP string, you can escape into PHP, but PHP has no outer language in this setup. Once you're in SQL, you're in the engine room, not the control room. Ooh. What is possible instead? You can't escape SQL. You can influence logic, influence control. So you can influence the output of SQL, is what it means. But here you're just selecting stuff. It's not gonna matter a ton. Remove output. Lock this mental model in. You don't escape SQL. You don't reshape SQL behavior. Once that clicks, Nata 17 makes a conceptual sense. If you want to go deeper, a good follow-up concept is why SQL evaluates expressions when results aren't returned, or why timing is observable even when output is not. I see it says timing here. Ask it why elif. Ask why. Blah, blah, blah. Ask it why the if else block has the result commented out unless those areas are on server side and only commented out, so you know how to follow the control flow. I think I understand XR. We studied this yesterday, and it's related to, you're right that the things are what XR here is referring to, folks, is these two slashes, and we understand that we can't use this, and therefore we're going to use timing instead. So if something is right, we're going to wait like 2 seconds, and then we'll know when the server takes longer than 1 second, that or 1.8 seconds, we'll know that this is the correct character. So that's how we're going to do it. And ChatGPT, to be honest, kind of hinted this as well. Like timing. Why timing is observable even when output is not. Hey, Brooke. How are you? Yeehaw. Hello. Good to see you. Are we falling asleep today? Or are we just chilling before going to sleep? Brooke, I'm going to get some water. I'm going to put back my plate, and I'll be back with you in a minute. I'm showered and cozy. Oh my god, water. Why, oh my god, water? You've also not think about, I've got about 30 minutes, then I've got to crash out as we have the first day of school starting back after the holidays. Woof. You seem happy about that, XR. You seem happy that the kids are going back to school. Could this be? I'm so dehydrated. Ah. Good that we talked about it. All right, so what are we doing? View source code. Okay. Brooke. The drastic reduction in redundant fights will be amazing. Oh. Fight between them or fight with you and your kids? Or is it like about TV and stuff, the classic? Or are you fighting about the between the kids? And what are they fighting about? About whether communists should make a great return in the United States? Communism? Classic kids fight. This is what I argue about with my sister, but maybe your kids are too young for that. Brooke super dehydrated. Okay, so Brooke, are you here with us? I'm going to explain the level what we're up to so that you know more or less. Are you here? Because I know you might be getting water. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. So, Brooke, we're doing what's called. We're done with 11. Yeah, that took us forever. You can ask XR. I'll bring you. Thanks. I'm coming to your kitchen. So XR spent a lot of time on this one. I'm still on 11. No, we just finished it like together. What was it? Thursday last week. So yeah, it was a really challenging one. Oh, wait, not on Thursday. Like, yeah, probably Tuesday. 11 was really tough. If you want, we can talk about it. But this one's about injection, so it's more advanced than 11. I won't say yet, but it's a different kind. So we can put something, and we want to modify the output through the input. Okay, that sounds more complicated than it is. We just want to influence how a program behaves by typing in code. That's all it is. So we go back here, and we have to influence how everything works. And basically, we're gonna order the code to take 2 seconds more if we have the first character right. So we're looking for a string of passwords. We're gonna try all the characters, and then we're gonna say when the character is right, wait 2 seconds. If it was to reveal passwords, yeah, honestly, all of them are to reveal passwords. But yeah, we had to use decryption and stuff like this. We had to use different kinds of encryptions and to change a cookie and to re-upload that cookie. So that was very interesting. Here, it's more about guessing the password character by character and making it wait until we have when the character is right, you wait. And therefore, when we don't get an answer from the server, we know that it's because we don't get an answer from the server is because the character was right. So we keep the character and then we try to guess the next one. I see, interesting. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, I was like, oh, this is cool when we got to it. So in order to do it, we could do it manually and try each and every character. So that would be 26 times 2 plus 10. So that's 62. 62 times 32 characters. That is 100. That's about 200 times. 196 times. So since we don't really have time for that, that'd be really boring. Oh my god, that'd be really boring. Like everyone would leave, including you. You'd wake up from your sleep, you'd be like, "Oh, what is this?" and we get nowhere. But we're not gonna do that. We're gonna script this. Come back next year and you may still have brute force my then. It's gonna be day 300 and I'll still be doing it. So yeah, we're good. All right, we're gonna start a new file, not a text file. Documents, we're gonna name it Natas. Oh wait, no, is this Natas 19, 18? Natas 17. Oh. Do we create a new one? Okay, I guess we got that wrong. Control S. Natas 18 care enumeration. All right. So we're trying to do the thing. I would lol A. I would sleep extra hard B C P. Yeah. I don't think my hands were in the right place on that one. Yeah, I don't think so either. It's okay, XR. We understand. All right. We're gonna use the code from the previous levels because it's quite similar. Like you see, we have all the characters of the alphabet here and all the characters that could make up a password. So we're gonna change here the different things that we need to log in. It's gonna be Natas17 and the username is Natas17 and the password is different. I'll be honest, I'm taking a slight break from Over the Wire as I'm waiting to get a better understanding of Python. So I'm working on a tool to automate some of my documentation process. Ooh, that's really cool. A tool to automate your documentation process. Yeah, XR, I know you're not the best note taker in their history, so What are you? What are you note taking? If that makes sense. Like, what? How are you managing your documents? Web hacking in Natas. It's true that Python. You need Python for this one. So, Brooke, do you know Python? Have you heard about it? Do you know what it's for, etc.? Box log makes box name. I never heard box log. So it's a name. It's a way to take notes. Our Neta 16 pass is this one, and we're gonna call it Neta 17 pass. Neta. Oh wait, Neta 17 pass. And here it's gonna be 18 pass. 18 pass. $18 pass. $18 pass. Okay, so we're gonna go. I know Python. I don't know how. So you've heard of Python, but you don't know how to use it. Okay. Yeah, so Python is pretty important. It's like beginner friendly. It's pretty easy to understand because, but it's also very capable. So it's a nice easy learning curve, but very hard. I would say pretty hard to master, especially for beginners. But it's very complete. You can do so many things with it. For automation, it's really really good. Like creating databases and stuff like this. So pretty excited to use it a bit more. It would create a directory with MetaBox, with metadata, box description, credential files, nmap outputs, white paper, reference links, notes with the start in progress, completed status with the platform and the metadata. Holy moly. This does everything. Does it also stop your kids from misbehaving, from fighting amongst each other? Is that version 2? No. That thing also makes dinner. Oh man. All right. While Isaac build 32, so this usually works. So for character and character, use payload, username. Okay, so I think we corrected everything. Print mission accomplished. This is key. So not a 17 password. We got it. Characters, yes. Oh no, this should be empty. This should be empty. And the password is password. Yep, that works. Username, password. And Neta 17 password is empty. And Neta 18 should be here. No, I haven't figured out the programming logic yet. Wow, man, it's a pretty complete tool. You see, Brooke, this is the kind of tool that Python can do. It can do a whole lot of things for you. And then, yeah, it's just really good for automating stuff. And apparently penetration test, I don't really know yet because I haven't tested anything. But it's quite focused on doing tasks repeatedly, and so developing your tools. Yeah. And developing your tools is a key part of it. So yeah, we like that. We like not having to spend too much time on things. And it looks pretty cool when it's automated. When things are done automatically, you feel like I am Python. You used to do this a lot in your brokerage firm, automated stuff. I wonder how you use humans in your work still, because I'm guessing everything's computerized. I'm very thorough and methodical in my work. Nice. I wonder what day looks like, Brooke. I've told you this before. I would feel like really, I would join your stream if you did one day a stream of how to be a broker or like what is it? What does my day look like as a broker and commodity? No, not a broker, a commodities trader. Are you? You must be in Chicago, no? I mean, for commodities. I think we've talked about it. I don't remember. Or are you more New York? You can't be or, but you say yeehaw. Does that mean you're Texan? Ah, I don't know. Realistically, it's not the framework for my notes as I make all of these files manually per each box, and this is just box log make nata 17. Ooh. Okay, okay. So it's just documentation. I think you'd be the only one that would watch, and yeah, I am. From Chicago. Okay, nice. Okay. Yeah, I think we talked about it. I used to live in Chicago. Well, it was a really cool time. I think you'd be the only one watching. I don't know. I think there's people that like to see everything, and honestly, your job is so unique. What is there? Commodities traders in the world. There's 1,000 in the world, maybe a bit more. But people that do your job, I don't know, 20. It'd be pretty cool to see. Coming back to Chicago, it's the best city. Mm. Once you've been to Europe, it's really cool. I like to visit, but once you've been to Europe, you don't come back. It's different. It's got I agree. Chicago is a really nice city. I think it might be the best in the U.S. to live, honestly. But once you go to Europe and you live there, there's no going back. I mean, yeah, there's no going back. The right city. Ooh, speaking of Europe, got a free hat yesterday. Yeah, you don't see it. Okay, fair. It is. It's a really cool hat. It's what we call the Reyes in Spain. It's when the kings came to see Jesus after birth to give up some gifts. Very very capitalist kings. And so you got the in terms of you got the hat and yeah, it looks more stupid than I thought it would look, honestly. So we'll only keep it for 5 minutes. In terms of price, it's clean, nice people, food, sports. Yeah, I like it. You look like the king of cybersecurity with this hat on. Oh, that's not. Are you religious? No, no, no. But it's a nice tradition. Kids love it. There's a bunch of entertainment, people in the streets. It's really cool. And you get a day off. That's why today I'm able to stream a little bit longer because today's not a work day. So I get to do whatever we want. No work today. Okay, cool. So we're scripting, folks. So I think we got everything around that. So we know we need to do this while loop. So here, Brooke, to explain you and XR, the while is gonna go basically in for 32 rounds, which 32 is the number of laps of loops this is gonna do. Yeah, we can call it laps. I like it. And it's gonna enumerate each character to try it out. And here we're gonna put in what we found yesterday. Excuse me. Whoa, kind of what we were given, huh? Not gonna lie. Natas binary and if binary substring password a sleep. All right, there's a whole automation phase, but this is pretty good. Natas 18. Okay, so we have to do something similar here. Let's just redo it. Username. Laps of the I think we need we need to manage our quotes properly. And we're going to print the payload as well. Here we need to close this. Thing is, we need to reuse the syntax. We need to reuse the syntax, and here we're gonna print out the payload, just so that we know what's going on, to make sure that everything's correct in the payload, because we're probably gonna run into errors. I'm assuming that we're gonna run into errors. So this is basically to debug, to understand what we're typing in. All right, NATAS 18. And if binary substring password 111, what does substring do? Is equal to care sleep 2, else false. I think this works. Like binary, not us. Care, okay. Hey, Firm! Fim Z20. Hello, Habibi. What's going on? Well, it's been a while. Good. We're doing Natas 18, 19. Yeah, and we're struggling with it. We did it all yesterday, and today I think we got the answer. We're moving towards the answer, and now we're scripting and testing and moving forward. And the hat is because yesterday, well, today is Reyes in Barcelona. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. If it does, then it goes and then sleeps. So, so it's really cool. It's really cool because then if it sleeps 2 seconds, we know it's the right password. So yeah, this is basically what's going on, Fim. So yeah, cool. We got this. And XR was telling us substring. Way I'm thinking of the individual characters in the string. Substring password. Yeah, I don't know, huh? I don't know what substring does. Substring character. I think we can do it this way too. I think we can do it binary. I think we can do it this way. And if password like, I think we can do it like this. We don't have to put NATAS 18 here. We can just say, we can make it more like the above, I think. Binary, NATAS 18, and if binary, and if password, like binary, here we put a bunch of quotes. We open a new one. NATAS 18 pass plus car plus so here, folks, just to explain, we're putting the different elements into the substring to make it type in the full password. Plus car plus percentage sign. I think that's important because it means anything afterwards. percentage sign. And then you sleep to else false, and then you comment out. I think that should work. We got a bit of comments here. All right, so substring. So Themes was explaining how it works. Oh, bro, you don't have subs. I was going sub. Jim the Dandy, he's back. Welcome back. Yes. Poop Pants, still no. Still no, but I'm glad you're coming and asking us this because maybe someday it's going to change and it's going to be the case and we're going to be happy. We're going to be glad you came. So thanks for that. This badge was just for sharing festival clips during holidays. Hoopla 2025. Yeah, you shared some clips of Poop Pants on my stream too. Jim the Dandy joined the squad. All right, welcome. Are you here to learn about cyber? Something about your behavior tells me it's not why you're here. All right. So Poop Pants. Yep. All right. Oh, bro, you don't have subs. I was gonna sub. Ah, really? Oh, yeah, I don't have subs activated. The thing is, I think that in order for me to activate sub, I'd need to give up multi-stream. I need to give up streaming on YouTube. Right? I don't know. I need to check it again. But I need to give up streaming on YouTube, and I don't know how many people would subscribe. And or I mean, if I making it'd probably be like 30 euros maybe max a month. I think 30 euros would be still huge. And then I'd have to do the accounting. I'd have to do a bit of things. So I don't know if it's worth it. Maybe it's just worth to keep developing on YouTube, trying to grow my audience versus trying to get subscriptions immediately. If you think differently, you'd sub on nice, Brooke. Thank you for that. So yeah, we'd have 2 subs. That'd be pretty cool. But then we couldn't stream on YouTube. We'd lose a little bit of our stuff. We'd have to have ads. I'm not sure. I'm just more into chilling, growing the channel little by little, having awesome conversations with folks like you, and then one day, if I want to become a gazillionaire, I'll just turn on subs and then boom, instant gazillion euros in my bank account. Instant. But yeah, no, it's probably for another time, I think. But I'll reread the conditions. Maybe they're gonna change eventually as well. Maybe I'll be able to multi-stream. Because for instance, Shy Hat is able to have subs, but can also stream on YouTube at the same time. The next Doctor Cyber Beast. Share the gazillion with your first subs. Yep. Okay. I'm pretty sure, Brooke, you're making gazillions already. Commodities trading. I think that's pretty lucrative. All right. I'll share the gazillions with the first subscribers. It's only fair. XR is getting half of my income permanently for carrying me in the early days. All right, cool. Username. Money makes money. Exactly. That's true, huh? All right, username this and print payload. All right, let's just see what happens, huh? What if we run this and just see what happens? The most important part is mission accomplished. Gives you a good feeling. All right, here comes our first error. Invalid syntax. Perhaps you forgot a comma. All right, let's have a look. Yeah, there's something that's not right. So we want you to type in this. Username. Hmm. Yeah, the thing is there's too many of these quotation thingies. It looks weird. Okay, so this and this works. This and this kind of works. I'm not sure why we have this here. Like binary. Like binary, natas plus character. And then we need to type this in. Maybe it's this. Yeah, and then sleep to false, and then commenting it out. And this is the whole quote. I think, what about if we were double quotes here? Double quotes here and double quotes here. Like this is all the string. But the thing is, this doesn't work. How about this then? This closes natas 18. This opens natas pass. The thing is, natas pass should not be quoted. Yeah, that's the thing about double quotes. I think it's stronger. It behaves differently than single quotes. I think this should be single quotes. So you close this, natas pass, natas 18. So it's literally going to type this. It's going to type natas 18. And if so, it's going to type this, but then I don't want you to type this. I want you to add this. Natas 18 pass plus character plus this plus sleep. Then this is something that they should type. This is something that should be typed. There's something that should be typed. I think this works. I think this works, folks. But at the same time, I have no idea. Let's see. Okay. It's typing the password. Okay, binary. That's good. I think we're missing a space here. We're clearly missing a space. Okay, the issue is here we didn't see any binary, natas pass, ABC. Okay, this is not going too well. PQRS UV 0. Yup, this is not right. Uh-oh. Wait, oh, Control X. Oh, do I want to do that? How do I exit U? Control C. All right. This was not going well. All right, let's see, folks. Let's see, what are we doing here? What's going on? Natas 18 and if password like binary T. First of all, why is there no space here? I put a space since. It should do a space. Okay, now it does the space. But it still doesn't work. Alright, it still doesn't do the pause. It should pause eventually. Why would it not pause? Oh, because the if is not right. Yeah, it's not doing this. Wait, it should sleep. But the thing is, at one moment, it should sleep. No? Hey, you've learned what was not a correct method, lol. Yeah. That's helpful. Still. But the thing is at one point, you can tell me XR, but at one point, we should see the thing call wait 2 seconds. I think at one point, it should fall to sleep for 2 seconds. But what should sleep? What is going to sleep here? The response, right, is going to take this. All right, let's ask ChatGPT. What is wrong with my payload? What is wrong is mostly layer mixing and logical assumptions, not a single typo. Okay, so your whole thinking is wrong. Dumb piece of shit. All right, sorry. I'll explain what's wrong. Not how to fix it into a working exploit. Oh. You're checking for output that will never exist. If this user exists in the response text, then it will echo. So current issue, you are using a content-based Oracle. Your payload's SQL streams. Yeah, I agree that the if is wrong. However, when I run the script, do not see a 2-second sleep at any point. Therefore, there is something wrong with the payload. Right? You're right to focus on the payload itself, not the 2 seconds. If no seconds, that tells something very specific. MySQL is never reaching sleep 2 at all. Exactly. Your input is still being treated as a literal string. Select all from users where user's name is equal to user input. Okay. If the SQL parser never sees a valid end to that quoted string, then everything you inject is treated as text. The USQL parser never sees a valid end to that quoted string, then everything you inject is quoted as text. Okay. I think you could treat it as text. No SQL logic executes. If is never parsed. Sleep is never reachable. Oh. So we made a syntax error then? The original SQL is this. If the SQL parser never sees a valid end to that quoted string. Username is equal to notas and if like, okay. Which is a string comparison, no delay possible. Okay, the most common reason for no sleep ever. Okay. You rely on, but this is not optional trivia. Dash must be followed by a space or control character. If MySQL does not recognize the comment, the rest of the query is still parsed. Or control character. So there might be an issue with this too. If MySQL does not recognize the comment, the rest of the query is still parsed. A syntax error occurs. The expression is discarded. Sleep never executes. Okay. PHP suppresses the SQS here, so you won't see the failure. Yeah. So the absence of delay may mean the database rejected the syntax silently. If is never evaluated due to short circuit logic. SQL does a short circuit evaluation just like many languages. I don't know what that is. In a where clause, condition 1 and condition 2, if condition is false, never 2, condition 2 is never evaluated. Functions inside it are never executed. sleep is skipped entirely. So even if perfect syntax of the left side of n results false, the if never runs. No delay happens. There is logic flow issue, not syntax. Like in binary or syntactically fragile. From SQL's point of view, like expects a string pattern. Patterns must be quoted. Percentage as a meaning outside, only inside a string. Binary applies to expression, not raw tokens. If any of that is malformed, the condition errors out. MySQL abandons evaluation. Sleep is never reached. Again, errors are suppressed. You see nothing. All right. What do we do, folks, here? There's a lot of potential errors. Let's start with number 1. Your input is being treated as a string literal. Have you tried turning it back on and off again? Actually, we have. We've tried running the script multiple times. So yeah, in a way, we've tried turning it on and off again. Yeah. Man, if only that would work. All right, so let's see. Username is equal to this, natas, and if password, maybe natas. Let's put here XR, or this way we don't bother with passwords or anything, or with this way we don't bother. Maybe natas 18 doesn't work. Natas 17, maybe natas 17 is not a proper user. Oh man, that didn't work still. Yeah, and it just keeps going endlessly. So XR, if password like binary, natas 17 care, then you sleep, else it's false. Is it indeed username? We should go take Joshi. Hello. The payloads need to be username equal natas 18. Then you need to do the SQL. So natas 18 and something. Okay. Thank you for that, Joshi. Let's see. Are you 1 sec? Docs, Twitch chat. All right, thank you for that, Take Joshi. All right, let's. That makes sense, I think. I just wanted to say that worked. All right, so natas 18, and if password like binary. Ooh, what is this? Exact expression into variable. All right, so what else could be wrong here? Natas 18. I think here we usually closed it. This and this matter. So if we transform this into this, will it change somehow? Yeah. Yeah, you're right, this and this matter. Here, because we need this to be white, folks. Because when it's white, it's gonna actually take character. Ooh, so scary. Hey, Vladimir Bills, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome. This and this matter, yeah, absolutely. Natas 18 pass plus character. Cool. Nice. So close this. So what are we doing here? Natas 18. Let's look at the output again. XR. Maybe you can take Joshi. Do you think that there should be another another quote here? I think we might need one, huh? I don't know. Because we just needed to type this. We don't need that to have a quote in there. And if password like binary is like 18 char plus this, then sleep false. It looks good, huh? But why do we have a comma here? Because different conditions for... So now we're saying if that thing happens... So here we're saying, we're declaring the thing inside of the dictionary. It opens Natan and the Natas has this around it. It opens with Natas 18 and so the Natas has this around it. So do we need to have a quote here at the end? I think we do, no? How about this then? We put this and this. I think this would work, no? Let's try to run it, see what it looks like. We'll see what the payloads looks like. All right, let's control C. I don't think it's gonna work. No, it didn't work. Shoot, man. All right, I think we got it because here it looks like, it looks good. There's this, and then there's this, and then there's this apostrophe here, this quotation. So I think it looks good. If our goal was to do this, then I think it's good. Why is there an apostrophe here, though? This is not good. We do not want an apostrophe. Was it here before? There was no apostrophe here before. Why would there be, like, binary? Okay. We do not want that. Now will it work? Nope. Still don't work. Huh. All right. Challenging. Natas 18 pass plus character plus this. I think it all works, huh? And if password like binary, sleep 2, false. Why is this not working? Sleep 2, else false. I'm gonna search GPT in a new window what this does. Hey, actually, is it really called username? One sec, folks. Let me check something here. Here, is this actually called username? Inspect. Yeah, okay. Yeah, input name is equal username. So yeah, we're good on this. So it's really typing in this in. It's good. If response equal to post data, okay. Okay. All right, let's deal with the if statement here. Maybe it's gonna do something. Probably not, but there's probably a problem before that. But maybe you can tackle this other problem afterwards. I'm not sure. All right, help me complete this if statement. We need an if statement that detects when the response takes over 2 seconds. How would you go about it? Oh, you have to put yourself to bed. I understand. Don't say unfortunately. XR, we all need to put ourselves to bed. There's you and there's Brooke doing it. I get it. We all have to sleep. Unfortunately, I must put myself to bed. Enjoy the hacking. I will see you again in the morning. Sounds good. Ooh, again in the morning. What do you mean? Because you'll come back in the morning, or we'll see you again in the morning tomorrow. I know you don't sleep a ton, XR, so maybe I'll still be on by the time you wake up. Morning for you, midnight, so for me in the morning. So still morning, lol. Morning for you, midnight, so still in the morning, lol. Okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we'll see each other then. Let's see. Anyway, thanks for coming on, XR. Take care, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Good night. XR is always here. The real homie. At least for a little bit. But yeah, we all have to sleep, right? And it's all good. All right, start time. Ooh, it's going to start time. Elapsed minus start time. Ooh, okay. I like that. That's really fun. Start time. So we don't need start. Should we import start time? Import time. There we go. So yes, we do have some importation to do. Straight from Germany, the best quality stuff. Import time. And then we were here, we don't need this whole stuff. Not required. We did a new if statement, however, but before that, we should start time is equal to time. Perfect. Start time is equal to time. Very clear. So we have a basically start time. I think we'll just count the time that elapsed while the prompt was running. So time response is equal to session post. Response session. Response is equal to session post URL. Okay. Do we get that? We still need response. What do we have before? Import time. Here we had import requests. Do we need request still? Hold on, because we had request, but I don't think we need request on this one. Okay, response is equal to session post. URL data is equal to payload, username, password. So here I think it's kind of guessing. I think we deleted too much of what we needed. Response is equal to session post, data is equal to username, password. So we still need this. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why we still need it. Why do we still need it? URL, data, payload. I mean, we still need to do the action, right? Session post this. So it's going to start time. And then are we going to end time? Yeah, we're basically on end time. Time. Oh. Whoa, isn't this super cool? Folks, do you see what's going on here? So we start the time. Basically we start a clock. I don't know what time does. Can we just run this? What does this do? Time is probably just tells you the time that it is right now. New text file. Select the language. Python. The best language. Python. So let's import time. And then here we say time now is equal to time, print time now. All right, let's run it. No, import time. Okay, save. Ooh, what the fuck does this mean? Sleep 2. Time now 2 is equal to time that time. Print time now 2. Oh, sleep 2 don't work. Do you need a space? Oh, sleep doesn't work? Wait, sleep doesn't work? We can't sleep? Alright, whatever. No sleep. Let's see what happens. It's slightly different here, you see? I don't know what this means. Is this the number of seconds that have elapsed since the beginning of humanity? Alright, let's see it. Now it has increased quite significantly. Well, I don't know what that is. But anyway, it counts time, right? That's all that matters. And if it's more significant than 2, I mean, this is seconds. So we ran this 14 seconds in between. And this is probably going to be like 30 seconds, no? 23 seconds. Okay, and the next one's going to be like 10 seconds. 97. Oh, got it. We're time geniuses, folks. All right. So this is really cool what's going on here. So it basically counts the time between this and this. And really cool. So start time is equal to time, and time is equal to time. And here we can do the if statement. If start time end time minus, we can do elapsed time, I guess. Elapsed time is equal to, I think the ChatGPT did it a bit faster, but this makes more sense to me. Elapsed time is equal to end time minus start time. If elapsed time is over 2, then is there a semicolon or this? Okay. Then you append the character natas 18 pass is equal to natas plus care. Does this work? And then you print natas 18 pass. And then you break, I think. That's what they were telling us to do here in. And you break, yeah. Oh, you can do this. Plus equal character. Character found, okay. Yeah, we don't need all this. Really cool. That's really interesting. I don't know if you like it too, folks, but I find it really cool. The way to do this. Cool. I don't know if that will lead to anything. Missing parentheses. Yep, you're right. Hmm. Requests. File request at session. File home in line 2. There's an issue in line 2. Yeah, so import requests. I think this is what's missing. I'm not sure if we still need this, but anyway, don't matter a ton. Start time, okay, it's not defined. Did you mean start time? Yeah, I did mean start time. Okay. Well, folks, we have a challenge on our hands. We're back to where we were. The payload issue. Oof. Mm. All right. So payload issue. What could be wrong with our payload? Let's go back to the ChatGPT suggestions that we had earlier. All right, select all from either there. Okay, so if the SQL parser never sees valid end to that quoted string, then there might be an issue. Maybe you can give it an output here, just to show it. Oh no! It did Control C. Should have done Control Shift C. Here is an example of a string. Of a, I think it's a dictionary, called a dictionary, of an input for username Natas 18 if password is like binary C. Of an input. Do you see a syntax? Oops. Error. Let's see. Yes, there are multiple SQL syntax errors and parsing problems in that input. I'll point out purely at SQL grammar level, not a fixing it or exploit recipe. All right, username. Assume it lands here, where username equal to natas18 and if password and binary. So if function syntax is valid, if condition true, exploit. Cool. But you wrote if password like binary C sleep 2 false. Missing parentheses after if. Okay, so yeah, we need a parentheses. You're absolutely right, ChatGPT. So if requires an if. Yeah, we don't have it here. We have it at the end, but not at the beginning. Jesus Christ. All right, it's still not stopping though. So there's more issues. ChatGPT is right. There's multiple issues. So the parser fails before it reaches sleep 2. Like binary C. this part. Like requires a string pattern. C must be a quoted string, which is not. Okay. There's an issue. Okay. Cool. The C must be a quoted string. All right, let's do it then. All right, so how do we quote C here, folks? So we're gonna add a quote plus a quote. Can we do that? Plus, no, we can't. We can do this. I think it works. Car, and then we do here another one of those. Should work, no? Plus, here we put quote. I think this works. ChatGPT doesn't seem to like it too much. And then here we put this onto this. So this makes no sense, no? What the hell? Let's see what the output looks like. Underminated little string direct line 17. Okay. Don't like this one. What about this? Will you be happy then? That looks better. Okay. So that looks better, but it still doesn't detect anything. Binary is applied incorrectly. Binary expression. Expression like binary pattern. Didn't we do this already? Not a string, not a column, not a valid token. Binary expression. Or expression like binary. Binary is a typecast, not a modifier can replace arbitrarily. Expression like binary pattern. Also has no valid rule to apply. I'm back and hydrating. How far did we get? Good that you asked, Brooke. We're getting deep into our thinking mode here. I see you texted this 2 minutes ago. So where are we? How far did we get? We are. I finished my water actually, so I'm gonna need to get more hydrated. You're right. We're reminding each other to be hydrated, so that's really good. So where are we right now? It's a good question. So Brooke, we need to do two things. Number one is to input the input and make it sleep for 2 seconds when the character is right. This I think you understand. Then another thing that we need to do is to check whether the query took more than 2 seconds. And this we did. So that's the good news. This is what we did, and we're pretty sure that this is going to work. And the way it works is really cool. It's really, really cool because look how it works. It does this. It does the start time. It measures the time that is happening right now. And the time is looking really weird. Like you can see by the output. I'm not sure if it's going to do the output here. But anyway, let's run it. The output looks really weird. It looks like this. 1767. I'm not sure what it all means. But anyway, it's slightly different here. It's different by some milliseconds. And basically with this, we can calculate the time that it has elapsed between the time that we started the time and the time that we got the response here. Even though we never really care about the response, just the execution of this code tells us that if it took more than 2 seconds, something happened, and therefore the character is right, and therefore you can add it to the password, not as password. So really cool stuff. Really cool stuff, and then you can exit this. So yeah, really cool stuff. But now we're back to struggling with this, and we already we already got this. We already got this, so so we already corrected a few things here, but there's a few more to correct. Gonna get some water, Brooke. Oh, good process. Yeah, kind of. I think so. We should probably have fixed this before we went on to the time calculation. If progress, yes, progress. But yeah, it doesn't matter a ton. It was just take a little break from looking at the same thing all the time. ChatGPT is being very helpful, even though it's telling us that it won't be very helpful because we're obviously hacking, but it's still helping us. Gotta get some water. Check out this glass, folks. It's got the Barca logo right there, here. You can see it. I don't know. It's a really cool glass. I like it. It's one of my favorite ones. And it's resisting really well to the dishwasher. Is it losing its color? Not really. It's really intact, huh? Mes que un club. It is a little bit erasing. A little bit. Oops. I was a bit loud here. But yeah, folks. You all should be fans of Barcelona Football Club. Be right back. Hydration. Nice. Okay, cool. So we solved some issues here in the first part. The second part I think looks good. Now how are we gonna count here? How are we gonna solve this here? We are gonna solve this by, I kind of want some heating. I'm gonna heat up the plates actually. I'm gonna turn on some heating and I'll be right back. Cool, folks. Cool. All right, so we have a few things here going on. That's really good. Okay, so the third thing that we have to correct, we've corrected two already. Binary is applied incorrectly. But in you put like binary. I didn't say what was like binary. Expression like binary. So we should say password is like binary, no? Let's go over there and here. And if password, well, isn't password like binary? I think it literally says password, but I'm not sure. No, we don't want password like binary. That's the thing that I don't understand is I think password should be understood by SQL as the password. Now the reason why I think that is not certain. Does that make sense? So we see here there's a table with username and password. So there's this, and then there's censored. Is it Natas 18 here? Table users. Just so I know, how much backseating pointers do you want? Being a new chatter and all. Yeah, good question, Joshy. What I mean, this maybe we can answer, like for instance the table. Like um some pointers is nice, but yeah, don't give us the answer directly. All good. But if you enjoy seeing me struggle, I fully understand it too. I fully understand it. So yeah, just some light pointers, please. Thank you for asking. It's very kind. So pointer, the SQL should not have a parenthesis in it. Oh yeah? So should we remove this completely? Should I move it on the other side too? I didn't know that. To be honest, I don't really know how SQL works. So pointer SQL should not have a parenthesis into it. Okay. I wonder what censored here is means. What's the aim of false and the dash dash? So the aim of false, I don't really know. Maybe you can close it. Maybe we don't need it. But the dash dash is just to get rid of the things going afterwards. Like here, it adds a slash, and I don't think we want that. It adds a slash, and I don't think we want that. So it's kind of commenting out. But I think false, we can remove it. Censored is so they don't give away the Nata 17 password, so you can't skip ahead and cheat. Yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense. Okay. Wait. Nata 17 censored. So this is the password for Nata 17. All right. So it's Nata 17, localhost, Nata 17 password, which you are doing with the auth. Okay. Yeah. I understand that. Okay. But the username that we're... My question here, Joshy, is whether this is correct. Natas 18 and... Like, can we not bother ourselves and just put, like, anything here? Like, I don't know, we put Joshy here, and which we know is not a user, and we put or instead. Maybe I'm down with you to remove the false. I don't think it's very useful. Sleep. And then this comment out. What do you think about this? It has to be Natas 18 because that's the user's password we want. Oh yeah, I agree. So it kind of tells... I think this in a way guides SQL as to which password it has to look for. Right? Yes. Okay. Nice. I get that. So Natas 18 and if password like binary character sleep 2. And are you okay with this? Commenting out the rest. For me, it makes sense, but I understand you might have a different view on things. Sleep 2, yeah, still don't work. Yep, still don't work. Let's actually print the result. Can we print the response? print response. Oh yeah, sorry, missing the parentheses. Response 200. Okay. That's magical. Useful. Just kidding, it was useless. Okay, there's probably something up here still. Natas 18, and if password like binary. Yeah, I don't get why it doesn't work. Plus character. Plus that. Alright, let's look at how that works, how that looks. Natas 18, and if password like binary J percentage, then you sleep too. Why not? Why is it not working? Why is it not working here? Alright, I'm gonna full ChatGPT this. Help me with Natas 17. Here is our payload. These are Python script. Here is the code that here's the web page code, and then we're going to copy this. Here is what is being returned by Sol is like the one thing I know. Sol? What is Sol? What is Sol? Here is what is being returned by the script. So you see here, Josh, I'm taking I'm going full in on cheating with ChatGPT. Sometimes you just gotta know when to ask for the answer, learn, and then become smarter from it. Oops, SQL. Oh, you know SQL. Nice. Yeah, super important. Super important. I mean, super important. Is it super important to know? Maybe not. Here is an example of what is being returned by the script. All right, cool. Let's see if we can do something with it. Yeah, SQL is really important. It's one of the languages that's most used in the world, especially in your domain, I think, where I don't know, Brooke, but I'm assuming there's a bit of old IT in your company, no? Like people, I don't know. I assume that stock exchange is also using a lot of old technology. And SQL is one of those old technologies, very reliable. It's still very much in use today. All right, query select all from users where username is equal to request, username this. You're very close. Understand the vulnerability from the PHP source. You cannot control everything inside double quotes. Close the double quotes, add your condition. Why your current payload is broken. Your payload string and natas 18 and a password this. Missing a single quote and mixing single quotes and double quotes incorrectly. Okay. A lot of it is dated, but it could use a total revamp. Yeah, I assume so. There's so many integrations with all different kinds of things that I think everyone just kind of leaves it as is out of fear that it's going to crash or that it's going to stop working for some people, and just easier to leave it as is versus do a total revamp. Explain to me the difference between this and this. Is this, does it work differently in other languages? General question. This is one of the fundamental queries that quietly causes most SQLi and scripting bugs. I'll explain it in layers. General concept, SQL, PHP, Python, other languages, and then tie it back to why Natas behaves the way it does. The core idea between single quotes and double quotes. The conceptual levels, both are just string delimiters. They mean everything between me is a string. But what that means exactly depends on the language. In SQL, MySQL, which Natas uses, single quotes used for literal strings, data, admin, password, F, etc. This is the correct way to represent data values. Okay. In standard SQL, double quotes means identifiers, tables, table names, column names, select password from users. Okay. But MySQL exception, important. MySQL allows double quotes as strings unless ANSI quotes mode is activated. Okay. So MySQL default config, okay, both work as strings. Natas relies on this MySQL behavior. This is why I was so kind in previous levels, I think. Why this matters in Natas 17. The vulnerable PHP code query select all from users. So the SQL becomes select all from users where username is equal to input. That means you're injected inside double quotes. You must use a double quote to escape. Using this alone will not escape the string. This fails. Username is equal to this or 1. This works. Double quotes or, I see. Why you're ingesting must match quotes exactly. Username, Natas, and condition. You mismatch quotes. Okay, so the first quote, the quotes outside Natas 18 must be a double quote. This must be a double quote here. Do we still need this? This must be a double quote. How about this then? Doesn't look like the syntax is too happy either. It's going to tell me there's an error, no? Yeah, syntax, unterminated little string detected. Okay. Go back to how it was. If you scroll up to the other response, 4 gave you the answer, I believe. If you scroll up to the other response, 4 gave up. Response 4. Are we still here? Response 4? Do you mean here or ChatGPT? ChatGPT. Okay. Response 4. Scroll up. Okay, here. Oh, okay. I see. Full corrected script, minimal changes. Oh, sweet. All right, Natas 18. This. All right, so let's compare it side by side. This you won't see too much, so I gotta make sure. Okay, this you'll see. This you see here as well, kind of. Okay, so here we have that. And so here we're going to use this. I think all of us see. Yeah, I think so. So let's look. Characters while. Okay, here's the while loop that we're interested in. Natas 18, close, and if. So no quotation here. And if. And then it wants to do parentheses here. 2 of them. Why 2? So apparently we do need these parentheses. And we do need 2. I'm not sure why we need 2 here. 1 is to start the if statement. If select password from users where username is equal to, oh, that makes sense, no? Doesn't this make sense to be a bit more precise? I think it does. If, and then before like binary, I think we need to define a bit more what password means. So select password. Password where user, I think this is it, huh? Where user, from users, what do we have a random quote here? Feels pretty random. Is it because it's the end of the line? From users where username is equal to natas18. Where username is equal to natas18. How's this? Oh yeah, it's double quotes here. Like binary. Yeah, here we're struggling to see. Here it says like binary. Let's move it to the other side. Like binary quotation. This. Or is this going to help us? Yeah, it's going to help us. This is white, so it's a good news. Quotation, natas 18 pass plus character. So it doesn't need this. Plus character plus percentage sign. Sleep 2 else 0. You see there's an else statement here, Joshy. That's pretty strange, no? Why do we need an else statement? Else 0, and then here we finally get to close the if. Why do we use add debug is equal 1 to URL and the final SQL? This is extremely helpful for learning. All right, let's do it. URL is equal to this. Debug is equal to 1. Okay. URL. Where have we defined the URL? Here. I say plus. and question mark. Debug is equal to 1. Cool. So maybe we don't have to print the payload, no? I think it does. The debug does something similar. Let's see. If not, we'll bring it back. All right. It's pretty surprising to me that we need an else, huh? Use an else 0 when creating the payload. Excellent question. This one's core mechanics of time-based SQL injection, not just syntax. For short answer, the deep reasoning, we use else 0 so the query returns immediately when the condition is false instead of erroring, sleeping, or behaving unpredictably. The MySQL if function in MySQL if condition value if true, value if false. Yes, no, okay. Okay, so it's just for reliability. Sleep 2. All right, let's see it. It's not printing anything here. It don't look too good, huh? We don't know what happened here. Connection get response light 10. Response make request connection. Okay, it was better when we had the printing payload, I think. We understood better. Print payload. Now do it. Okay, still not doing it. Damn it. I think we didn't copy it exactly, huh? I think we didn't do it exactly as ChatGPT recommended it. Username is equal to Natas. Okay, let's bring it here. All right, you folks see kind of a little bit. All right, we can even bring it more here. All right, username. See, there's even a parentheses here. I don't know why there's such a big parentheses. So even before then, we have a parentheses here. What the hell? Are we sure about that? And here we close it. Does that work? I'm not sure what this does, what this changes. Let's see if it changes anything here. Don't look like it. Nope, no, it don't change it. Don't change anything. Natas 18 and if select okay. So Natas 18 and if select password from oopsies. And if select password from users. You see here there's a quotation marks here. Password from users where there's like a double quotation mark here. Let's make it bigger. You see has a quotation mark from users. Don't get it. Users. Or username. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT why this is going on. Why is there a this bit? Was there two this between users and where? Does that question make sense? Great catch. This is not SQL. This is Python string syntax. Two characters are not from what database receives. This confusion is extremely common. Let's separate the layers clearly. Is two separate Python string literal written in each other. In Python, this is legal and intentional. Python automatically concatenates adjacent strings literals at compile time. So AB means AB. Oh, so it doesn't change anything. There's no code between users in the final SQL. Readability. Long payloads are easier to read when split. Not as 18 and password like binary plus join. Not as 18 password plus character and sleep 2 comment. Are you telling us the answer here, Joshy? The answer, GPT got off in the deep end. All right, let's comment this out. Can we comment this out? Let's comment this out for now. If we need it, we'll come back to it. It's still username. Yeah. I get you. Payload is equal to... All right. Username. Natas 18 and password like binary plus dot join natas 18 pass plus care. It's care, not character, for us at least. Plus percentage end of quotes and sleep 2 hashtag. All right, let's see it. Hey, it was 6. Well done, Joshy. Well done. All right, we can take out the debug so to look more hacker-like. Let's take out print payload. Let's go. Let's go. Hacker mode activated. Nice. 6. Super cool. Noise. All right. It's going little by little. We got this. So the answer was NATAS 18 and password like binary. Well done, Joshy. Like binary, and then this plus join. NATAS pass. So this is Python script here. Join NATAS path. Why do we need to join here? Wouldn't the NATAS pass just work by itself? Do we really need to join? What's the purpose of join here? Percentage and sleep 2. Hey, really cool. We got the password. Nice. Took us 4 hours on this one. 4 hours to do this level, folks. And time flew because we're having a ton of fun. But it took forever. No, we deserve this. We deserve this. Got the crown, folks. It's still username. All right, cool. Mission accomplished. Nice. All right, let's see if it works. NATAS 17 pass. All right, NATAS 18. Please, no more scripting. NATAS 18. Password is this one. Yes. We did it, folks. All right. Okay, cool. GG, UGG. Well done, Joshy. Can you just help us understand here why we need a dot join? Can we just type in NATAS pass? I'm gonna try with NATAS pass and see if it works. But I don't see why we would need it. All right, now I see that there's an issue with the whole quotes and stuff. Why do we need join here? Dot join, or maybe we can do dot NATAS password. NATAS pass. GG. Hey, thank you, Valdimir. I saw you subscribed earlier. Oh, you followed. So thanks for that. Thanks for your participation. Yeah, it was not an easy one. This was especially hard. It seems really easy now, but this sleep idea is genius. This sleep idea is genius, and password like binary plus join. I mean, it was pretty simple, I think. We didn't even use if here. That's interesting. So if username is 18, right, I can see why we did this. I can see why we did this because of the properties of SQL, where if one of these conditions is not met, so NATAS 18, and the password is not like binary this, then we can just sleep. You're taking the last digit and adding why it builds the password out, so it adds it to the string 6, etc., etc. You still don't understand why we need join. Why not just NATAS 18 pass? And why are there so many quotations on top of plus? So one of them... This is just to declare this. This goes with this one. This one goes with this one. Here we introduce this. This basically allows us to exit, to type in just regular stuff. Here, why do we have this, for instance? This doesn't make sense to me. Can we do it without? No. Is there lacking a space? No, we need this. Goddamn right. All right, not everything's clear to me, but it works. It works, and we get the logic behind it. Just the very deep syntax is not working. That's okay. Hey, Gray Hater. Join turns a list of characters into a string. Okay. This might be a list of characters. We declared it as a string, though, earlier, not as 18 password, so it might not be necessary. But okay, cool. I think you could do a string plus a string. And the dot is to append, no? I think dot is to append something. Yeah, thanks for your input, Gray Hater. It's very helpful. Dot is a method. Oh. Okay. Seems advanced. Dot is a method. That's dot join. Okay. Dot is a method. Or the join method on an empty string. Okay. All right. Cool. We did it. Let's save it. All right. Let's move on to NATAS 19, folks. 18. All right. Please log in with your admin account to retrieve the credentials for NATAS 19. Okay. Let's look at the source code here. All right. So this is nothing. Or there's quite a long one. Okay. PHP. Okay. Max ID 640. 640 should be enough for everyone. Function is valid admin login. All right, this is a string of comments. This. If request is equal to username is equal to admin. Okay, this method of authentication appears to be unsafe and has been disabled for now. All right, let's see if it appears anywhere and if it's being called upon. Control C, Control F, Control V. Oh, it's still being used, huh? So this is going to be used in the thing. So it just checks if request is admin. And if it is admin, it returns 0. All right, let's see. Let's keep going. Function is valid ID. So this checks whether an ID is valid. Function is valid ID. So it takes in an ID and it returns is numeric ID. Or do we have is numeric? We didn't declare it yet. Okay, function create ID for the user. Max ID. What is max ID here? Let's have a look. Control C, Control F, Control V. There's 3 matches. Max ID is 360. Okay, this means 640. What does global do? All right, folks, I need a quick break. I think we're gonna still be streaming for at least another hour after the break. So hang on tight. I'm gonna set up the. Well, maybe I don't set up the screen. Maybe I do. For taking a break, I think I'm gonna take about 8 minutes, and I'll be back. Yeah, at 8:30 max. So I'm gonna put on taking a break screen, and I'll be back at 8:30 my time. So in 9 minutes more or less. Probably less. But yep. Hopefully I'll see you then. NATAS 18. If you want to take a quick screenshot of what this is, it'd be cool if I could put it in the chat. I didn't set this up. Print password. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna be reverse engineering this. So yeah, taking a quick break, and I'll see you in 8 minutes. Ciao, folks. Hey folks, thank you for your patience. All right, let's get back to it. Cool. Here we are. All right, let's go back to understanding this code. We understood that there was something about the admin and this is not enough secure authentication. And then we kind of left it here. So I know what global does. Let's ask what is global in PHP? What does global do in PHP? Global is a keyword used to access a variable defined in the global scope from inside a function. Why it's needed. Variables in PHP have a function scope by default. That means a variable defined outside a function is not visible inside a function unless you explicitly bring it. $x is equal to 10, function test, echo $x, undefined variable. Global x, echo x, output 10. Oh. So global x tells PHP, use the $x from the global scope, not the local one. I see. That's interesting, no? All right. Multiple globals. Function test. Test this. Global A, B, C. How it works internally. Using global $x is essentially the same as echo global. Okay. Nice. Okay, so it's to bring something that's global into the function. Okay, so and then it returns a user ID from random 1 through 640 should be enough for everyone. Okay, function debug, MSG. And this is create ID. Okay, is valid ID and it return is numeric. I want to check is numeric. What is numeric? Numeric. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have it. There's just one match. Return is numeric. Okay, so it does this. Is valid ID. Okay, I'm not sure what it does. But anyway, it just checks for something, I guess. And this creates an ID that can be anywhere from 1 to 640. Debug messaged. Message. I'm not sure what we have commented this. Bracket. Or what is this? Kissing bracket? Okay. Function debug. If array exists, debug. Get print debug message. So we might need debug message. If array exists, debug get. Function my session start. Function print credentials. Okay, let's look in this one because this is the one we're interested in. All right, function print credentials. If session and array exists, admin session and session equals session admin is equal to 1. Ooh. So here if session and array key exists, admin session and equals admin is equal to 1, you're admin. The credentials for the next level are pre-username natas19 and password is this. You're logged in as a regular user. Login as administrative, else, okay. To retrieve credentials for natas19. Okay. All right. So let's type in anything. Password is 123. You're logged in as a regular user. Okay. Whoops. We need to still go to natas18. Oh. Oh shoot. What the fudge? Wait, how do I get back to... Show me the screen again. Oh man, what the fudge? Alright, let's go into private tab. Natas 18. Here the password is the password. Natas. Oh fudge, we didn't type it. Luckily we still have it here, I think. Whoopsies. Control Shift C. Okay. Natas 18 is this one. Okay, what if we type in admin? Okay, so there has to be the right password, I guess. There's 3 of them. Private browsing, that's good. This one we want to close. All right. Oh, this works. Okay, so admin, and okay, so there's 2 conditions for it to work. One must be admin, so I think we'll have to use admin. And the other one, want me to ask questions that might be hints? Not yet, Gray Hater, but thank you for offering. Not yet. Do you understand already the whole thing? I want to understand this correctly. We're gonna try a few things, and if it doesn't work, then we'll ask you for your questions. I think they're gonna be very insightful. So I mean, we're just gonna understand it together. Ooh, and session is equal to admin. If $session an array exists, right? My question are basically explain how this works. Yeah, I understand. Let's keep them. I think we're probably gonna need them. So let's keep them. Let's just struggle a little bit before we get to these. Get to these questions. You're logged into a regular user. Thanks, Gray Hater. You're logged into a Why is your name Gray Hater? You're such a nice person. You're logged in as a regular user. Login hater with it. Hatter. Oh, of course. Gray Hatter. Ooh. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, okay, so you're both white hat and black hat. You're gray hat. Okay. That's a nice one. Okay, I like your username. It's really cool. You're logged in as a regular user. Log in as a Richard 2 Natas 18. Okay. So. All right, let's go. Username Natas 19. If my session start. Print credentials. Show form else. Gray password, session ID, create ID, request username, session start, session admin is valid. Okay. Let's understand. I want to understand a bit more session. There's 8 matches of this. 1, 2, 3. Session admin. Function, my session start. Session admin is equal to 0. Session array exists. Admin session. Okay. What is session? Nice. We got the right thinking. All right, let's there's something with cookies, I feel, for sure. The fact that we weren't able to relog in here means that something was written in our cookies. Something was written in our cookies. We can check it out. I just want to understand a bit more the source code before we get to do that. This we can delete, I think. All right, so if array key exists, PHP session ID, my session start cookie, and is valid cookie PHP session ID. Oh, we're gonna have to brute force cookies. If session start debug session start failed, return false. If session start is not active, okay. Else debug session start okay. What does debug do? Debug is here. If array key exists, debug get print debug message. Okay. So it's gonna start session start okay. If array does not exist, admin session ID, session was old, admin flag set. Backwards compatible secure. If session and array key exists, session, okay. Let's look here at our cookies. Inspect, storage. All right, we have a cookie, and it seems like the value is 582 that was assigned. 12, okay. So that's really good to know, I think. 582, what could this mean for us? Means that the cookie number was 582. If we refresh it, is it going to be different? Yeah, resend it. Yeah, it seems like it's the same. Still 582. Okay, interesting. So 582. Okay, we can close this for now. Huh. All right, so we use PHP session ID if array key exists. Array key exists if show form, then nothing. If show form is equal to true, if my session start print credentials, show form is equal to false, and then you reset it to false. Else if array key exists, username, request, and n. Array key exists, password requests. Whoa. Session admin is valid admin login. Show form is equal to false, prints credentials. I know I always say this, but this is not an easy one. So basically, request username admin, yeah. Request username is equal to admin. So basically what I think this whole code is checking is this. But it's doing it in a more complex way. If array key exists, PHP session ID cookie, so why can't we brute force the admin password? I don't know yet. I don't know. Session start. All right, let's keep looking. My session start. PHP session ID. So that's 582 for us, I think. You do know from the is valid admin. Yeah, I think so. All right, let's see. Where's the cookie? Where's the cookie being installed? Cookie. If array exists and is valid IT. But where's the cookie being written? That's what I don't understand. Because obviously I had to write it somewhere. So it generates it here, create ID. Create ID, request username, session start. Admin is valid login. Create ID. Function my session start. If array key exists, PHP session ID cookie and is valid cookie PHP, okay. If section start, if session does not start, session start failed. Else session start okay. And if array key did not exist, admin session. Debug session was old, admin flag set. So we might need to do two things. Number one, set the flag, and then two, retrieve it. Backwards compatible secure. Okay, admin session, admin is equal to 0. Session admin is equal to 0. Backwards compatible secure. So by default it's 0. Function print credentials. If session and array exists, admin. Session and session admin is equal to 1. Session and array key exists. I'm not sure if I understand array key exists. You are an admin. The credentials for the next level are br. Else you're logged in as a regular user. Okay. So we definitely need array key exists. Else if array key exists, username requests. And array key exists, password requests. It seems to be asking for this a lot. But what is array key exists? Function debug. If array key exists, maybe it's a native thing in the. What is in PHP? Is a function used to check if a specific key exists in an array, regardless of the value associated within that key. Okay. Key. The key you want to check for can be a string or an integer. Want the answer, or you're just thinking out loud? For the most part, I think I'm thinking out loud. I'd also avoid learning from ChatGPT. It's just wrong randomly, and you'll have no idea when. Yeah, you're right. So what should I learn from? And sometimes it's quite good, right? For this, I think it's okay. But I mean, take Joshi proved in the previous exercise that that it's wrong. In PHP API docs, oh man, I don't want to go into those. Jeez, no, it's lied to me about command line flags. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think it confused us more than anything in the previous exercise. Okay, fine. Let's yeah, and you're right, it's right there, so it's not that bad. Array key exists checks if the given key or index exists in the array. Array key exists returns true if the given key is in the array. Key can be any value for any array. Okay, so if there's anything, array key exists. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Session ID cookie and is valid ID cookie. Debug start failed. You understand the difference between null, true, false, right? True and false, yes. Null, not so much. Oh, okay. Take Josh, he told us something about earlier. Do you recall on the last one where you tried to add a debug to the URL? Yes, I do. Do you think we should do that? Because, yeah, it does have a debug feature over here as well. And it's going to show the message. Debug. Yeah, it's here, but I think the thing was calling itself debug of sometimes. So you have a box inside the box. It's a piece of paper. It says true or false. So you have a box inside the ball. Ah, okay, okay. So you're explaining the difference. So you have a box inside the box. Is a piece of paper that says true or false. Null means you don't have a box. Okay. Yeah, one or zero, I guess. Array key exists is checking if you have a box named PHP session ID. Array key exists is checking if you have a box named PHP session ID. Array key exists if you have is checking if you have a box named PHP session ID. Okay, and I think in our instance we do. That box may exist and may not. Okay. And here it seems like we do PHP session ID 48, so 482, 582, excuse me. Is it still the same? Resend? Yeah, it seems to be the same. Size true, false. Last access, path none, size 12. Okay. Oh, folks, there's sun for the first time in a long time. Nice. Okay, that box might exist, might not. Okay. So true, okay. So if it exists, then if it exists, then you run the cookie. Okay, what does a cookie thing do? PHP. Cookie manual. That's a great question. Cookie. Echo hello. HTML special characters. Cookie name. Our PHP HTTP cookies, an associative array of variable passed to the current script via HTTP cookies. Echo hello, HTML special characters, cookie name, exclamation mark. Assuming the name cookie has been set earlier. Hello, Haynes. Okay. This is a super global or automatically global variable. It simply means that that is available all scope through a script. There is no need to do a global variable to access within functions or methods. Okay, I understand. So cookie kind of just prints cookies. Associate array of paths to the current script via HTTP cookies. An associative array of variables pass through the current script via HTTP cookies. So it just puts out cookies, no? If that last line isn't clear, ask questions. This line isn't clear. This line isn't clear to me. Echo hello dot. I'm not sure what the dot does either. It adds something. I think it depends, huh? It like joins them together. So HTML special characters. I'm not sure what this does. And is it going to be output something like this? Is it going to be in the... so it reads a cookie. Cookie reads a cookie, I think. An associative concat. Yeah, okay. So this was about the dot. An associate array of variables pass through the current script via HTTP cookies. An associative array of variables passing. So I think it just reads it. It doesn't set anything. You see, if it prints out hello Haynes, then this cookie was already called name. This cookie name was already in there. All right. So how is the cookie even written in my browser? Pretty creepy. So it's an array list of boxes that you can access by the name on the box. So it's an array, a list of boxes that you can access via the name on the box. It is in the example name. It is in the example box name. In this example, it is a box name. Okay, let's go back to the example. Array key exists. No, we're in cookie. Cookie name. Okay. In the over-the-wire code, the name of the box is PHP session ID. Okay, yeah, I get that. So it's going to take the session ID that was given to us. What I don't understand necessarily, so it reads the cookie. Awesome, we get it. So if the array exists PHP session ID, you take in the cookie. And if is valid ID, so you read the cookie again, PHP session ID. So far, I think we satisfy this. If the session does not start, then you start the debug. Else, what do? You debug session start okay. So you print out this message. If if the array does not exist, admin session, I think we're beyond this. We already have a session. So if session does not start, else you debug start okay. If the array does this, then you do that. Session admin was old, admin is equal to 0. Okay, so if we go something was old, then we can move on. Return true. Else it returns true. So if my session start says true, then the session has been started. And so what does that mean? If my session start, then we print credentials. And for me, we've already done that. All right, so let's go back to where we are. You are logged in as a regular user. I mean, we are logged in as a regular user. Okay, this was the private one, right? Log in as an admin. All right, so where are we stuck here? So what does this mean, the fact that we have this? The fact that we are logged in as a regular user and that user is 582 means that we do not have the right admin password. Maybe you just need to have the admin. What if we brute force here just the number of the ID? Because admin will be this, no? We could just brute force that. It's okay, 640 times, it's not too bad. That's a good question. Where does that number end up? It ends up here and ends up being checked. My session start checks if an array exists and the cookie exists and is valid ID. Let's check is valid ID, is return, is valid ID, is numeric ID. Is numeric, is it just used here or? So it just checks, is valid ID, just checks if it's numeric. So we satisfy this, right? This is being satisfied. Array key exists, PHP session ID and cookie. Yeah, these two make sense. And then recookie and is valid cookie. Yeah, so these two work. So I'm not sure why we're not seeing session ID okay. So, does this actually return this? Doesn't print anything like this. Maybe it's because we're failing earlier. So what will happen if the cookie is set and it's a valid number? So what will happen if the cookie is set and it's a valid number? Then in this instance, we will see session start. Okay. We should see this because a debug is basically a function that prints out something, right? But we do not see that. So this is kind of surprising to me. And then it takes in session. Right. So, right. And then what happens to session admin? Yeah, I was just going to ask what is session. I'm just going to check on PHP what session is. PHP. Folks, my partner has been sleeping for 11 hours. Damn. She needed it. All right. $sign session. Session variables. An associative, okay. Session variables, an associative array containing session variables to the content script. See the session functions for more information on what is being used. Okay. An associative array containing session variables available to the current script. What the fuck does that mean? An associative array containing session variables available to the current script. See the session functions documentation for more information. What the fuck? So super global, so we already know this. Session start, find a problem. Huh? Session variables. Session variables. Let's just see what they are. Maybe some examples will help. Session abort. Session cage expire. Session skate limiter. Session ID. Okay. At web.de. Be aware of the fact that absolute URLs are not automatically rewritten containing the SID. Wow, super ID. Wow. We're pushing to the edge of our knowledge. Like way beyond, I think, a bit. Where does the session live come from? Live come from? There's, okay, copy. Session. Okay, it starts here. I think it's the first one. Yeah. if array admin exists. Huh. Debug, start OK. So this is a good sign. This is once debug is being put, session start OK. If array key exists, admin session. If array key exists, so if array key does not exist, admin session ID session, debug session was old, admin flag set. Wow. The fuck? Idea login with a random username and login with the admin username and see if the message difference in practice. Good idea. Thanks for that, Joshy. All right, let's keep this. Here we put in admin. We still have our cookie, no? We put in admin 123. What if we put in Joshy? Oh, I even spelled Joshy wrong. Joshy 123. Here, cookies 582. Also, read how debug works. See if there's some way for you can use that. I think debug just prints out a message. Joshy, admin. Okay, well, whatever we type in, it gives us the same output. Yeah, like with a random username and login with the admin username, see the message is different practice. Yeah, it's not. So what does that mean? That means that... Why are we doing something wrong already? Maybe we need to modify cookies. Also read how debug works. Okay, let's see. Debug just prints out stuff. Debug prints out message. If array key exists, debug, then you get. I still don't really get how get works in PHP. Get session. Also read how debug works and see if there's some way you can use that. How would there be a way to, I mean, it just displays stuff, right? Like for instance here, it's printing this directly. It's not using debug. Should we use debug then in the URL again? Get is pretty important to PHP. Yeah, it's really basic. And I see that because I see it in everything, but honestly, I don't really get PHP. Let's see. Get an associative array of variable passed to the current script via the URL. Okay, URL. So we should probably insert debug. That's a good way of pointing out. Let's see, debug. Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. Thanks for that, folks. Get is a bad name for what it is. Yeah, get goes and sees, yeah, true. Get query and associated array passed to the current script via the URL parameters, also known as the query string. Note that this array is populated whether a query string is present regardless of the HTTP request method. Note that this array is populated whenever a query string is present. Regardless of the... Okay. Excuse me, folks. All right, so that's good news. Session start okay. Session was old, admin flags set. Okay, so we can see a bit where we are. That's the bad web dev lore. By default, when you can open a page, you get it. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense, no? I don't think we need light anymore, do we? I still look more alive like this. And this one? This one makes zero difference. Alright. Do we need to charge this? Still on full battery. Nice. Alright, cool. They're saying you will have to access to get, even in the browser, uses post. Okay, I'm kind of confused by that. I'll decide to keep it for another time. I think this might be the last Natas that we do for a little bit. I think we might move on to something else because this is getting challenging. I think we can start other similar levels. Because we finished Bandits, though we started Natas immediately. I think we might want to do other things. And then maybe when we come, they get hard fast, yeah. When we become master hackers, we can come back to Natas and destroy it. But we're not giving up on this one. No matter what, we're going to finish it. I say no matter what, but maybe if an asteroid hits Earth and we can't finish it, then that would be a pretty good reason not to finish it. So no matter what, to a certain extent. All right, PSA, okay, so where were we at? We saw earlier that no, it wasn't here that we typed debug. Okay, debug. Bug. All right, so session start okay, and we got session was old flag admin set. What does that mean? No idea. All right, so let's go. Okay, session was old. Here we go. So that means that we have an array key, we have a PHP cookie, so everything's good, except that the admin, if array key exists, is not admin session. So yeah, we kind of need to understand session, which we don't. So what does session mean? An associative array containing session variables at the current script. Okay, so I think for one of these times, I'm going to ask the big and powerful ChatGPT. What the fuck is that? Damn, we even got an emoji from ChatGPT. What a creepy looking emoji. All right, you're hitting PHP's core magic variables. Let's break it down carefully. What session is? Session is a super global array in PHP used to store data across multiple pages for the same user. All right. Session start must call at the top of the page. Session, username, cyberdoctor, role admin. Okay. Session start, echo username, cyberdoctor. Okay. Login.php, session start, session 123. So basically it's stuff stored on the server. Echo welcome user, hashtag, please log in. Data lives on the server, not on the user's browser, to destroy session data, like on logon. Session start, session unset, session destroy. Destroy the session itself. You must call session start on every page before session. Okay. So I think it's just data from the session. I don't know. It's just data. Session is just kind of data. So if array key exists, admin session. So was it here because we didn't log in as admin? What did we do here? No, we did log in as admin. Debug. We did log in as admin. Okay, you're logged in as a regular user. That's strange because we did log in as admin. At least try. So what does that say about us? It did used to say that, but now it doesn't anymore. Hold on. Hold on. Here it says session start okay. It doesn't say here. Will you see here? I'll just put myself away for a second so that you see everything. So you see here, it does not say when we put in session start okay. It does not put in here the session was old admin flag set. If we go back, try again, resend. If we go back and put in, let's say, not admin 123, and we add the debug. I guess that's the same output. Why did it say that the thing was old? 582. Still the same as before. Not admin. If we put admin again, and then we add debug. Oh, you see? Session was old. Admin flag set. You've logged in regular user. Oh my god. All right, let's bring the camera back. Gotta see that face of pain. All right, pain. All right, session start okay. Session was old. What does that mean? The admin session. So it means that we've been flagged this, which we weren't flagged before. Session admin is equal to 0. Batworks compatible secure. So how do we get admin is equal to 1? Oh, you see? Session admin is equal to 1. Yeah, the thing is we're going through this if here. We're going through this if, and this is destroying us. Return true. So if my session start, so my session admin is equal to 1, return true. What happens if the first line fails? My session start, then if my session start does not work, then it says session start fail, which here it did not, right? So it says session start okay. So the reason why it so the session started is just that the admin is not equal to 1 here. Right, can you make it fail? Yeah, I think I can. Can I make it fail? Can I make it fail? Can I make it fail? Probably. We did it before. Session was old, admin flag set. What will the code do if it fails? If it fails, it will return false. That's it, no? Session start failed, return false. Yeah, let's try to make it fail, no? Just wait. It will just return false, and what will return when false? My session started. That's the second line. So this is the first one, this is the second one. I think we need to try all different kind of. I think this is all about brute forcing all the cookie ID. All the the PHP session IDs. I think so too. Until we get to the admin. This is why it says admin flag set. Session was old, admin flag set. And then when the two match, then we're good. All right, let's script this shit then. Let's open VS Code again. Code. Run VS Code. Noise. All right, so let's delete a few. Import time. We can delete this one too, I think. Save. All right, let's open a new text file, and then here we select a language. That is Python. All right, so we gotta import some stuff. Do we try to run it from scratch? Import requests. Session is equal to request session. URL. That's 18. This is the password. Okay, Natas 18 password. Okay. And now characters are going to be all these. No, we don't do characters anymore. Okay, I'm gonna use ChatGPT here. In Python, how do I create? Well, I don't need to have an array. I could create an array and then loop it, but it's just numbers, so it's not really useful. Does that make sense? URL is trash. Thank you. It's this one. Yep, you're right. Thank you for that. So we want to create an array that has all the numbers in it, but maybe that's not necessary. For, how about this? I is equal to 0. Oh, how about this? HP ses is equal to 0. For PHP ses, while PHP ses is below 340, right? 340, no, 640. Do PHP ses is plus equal 1 or 1 equal plus 1 equals 1. I think that's how you do it. Plus equal 1. I would be very sad if you did that. Why would you be sad if I use ChatGPT? I was gonna just use ChatGPT to ask it how to create an array between 1 and 300, 1 and 640, but it doesn't make sense.
I did that. If you created an array with all the numbers, oh yeah, you would be sad. uh, okay. I would do plus equal add, then save. Okay. Natas 19. All right. A PHP session plus equals 1. I think that's it. No, or it would be range. Yeah. I think so. 2 URL would be very safe if you did that. Plus equals add and then save. Yeah. Yeah. So we did that right. I was wondering if it was plus equal or equal plus. For number in range, highest number. Yeah, we could also do that. I don't know. I very much like while loops. They feel very understandable. While for is a bit more, doesn't make as much sense, I think. All right, PHP session is equal to +1. Okay, cool. So we have to find a way to write our own cookies in Python. All right. Write cookies requests Python. Can I use cookies in Python request? Exactly. Hace 10 años. Wow. I wasn't even born then. Payload, username, password with session as our post. Okay. Print our content. You can use a session object that stores a cookie so you can make requests and handles the cookies for you. Request sessions. All the cookies will be stored in the session object. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, plus equals 7, not that. And then for exactly many times. Yeah, I prefer it. It feels a bit more like you're in control, right? That you exit. It makes more sense when you exit. And both are very useful. I think 4 may be a bit more advanced. I think, yeah. All right, so post equal data is equal to payload. Ah. Data is equal to payload. Data is equal to payload. How do we do this? You can also save the cookie data to an external file and then reload them to keep session persistent without having to log in every time. How to save cookies to a file. So it's part of data, S post. S is equal to request session. Did we do that? No, but I think we did it here before. Okay. So let's do it. Request session. So we could do S session, just like there, huh? Session. Oh man. My Chinese, I think Chinese, for sure Asian, but Chinese neighbor is back to speaking on the phone on the terrace. So annoying. All right, stop complaining, hack more. Yes. Session.post, and then the URL is equal to URL, and data is equal to payload. All right, so it feels like we've done this before. All right, session post. Ah, you see we do it here. Session.post. Okay, response is equal to session.post. Response is equal to session.post. Okay, so that's a good sign. Response equal to session.post. Okay. Response is equal to session.post. URL. Okay, so we got to do the same thing here. Got to do the same freaking thing. So let's go in our 19. Response is equal to session.posts. The URL, the data is equal to payload. So we should probably set payload first. Payload. We're going to set payload is equal to bring this out. We're going to set PHP session ID, I think. PHP session ID and then cookie. Right, which is the same thing as what we had over there, right? Wait, I don't think you see it. Oh, you do. PHP session ID, and the value is going to be 582, but this time we're going to loop it. Whoops, I don't know what I did. PHP session ID, I think this is the proper syntax, right? No? Yeah, it's that, it's that. And then here we put in the PHP session, PHP ses. That looks pretty good, no? And then data is equal to the payload. Do we want it as data? We want it as text, right? How can I transform? How can I transform this? You're right. We don't want it as data. We want it as... No, you mean by data, you mean integers or like numbers, right? We want it as a string. I think so. Or does it even matter? If you ask, it probably does, but I want to understand why. See, it's equal to 1. Oh no, this is not equal to 1. This is admin is equal to session, so it's not really defined. What about in our situation here? Value 592. Yeah, you see it's in quotation marks, so you're right. It is as text. So how do I transfer? How to make an integer text? Python. Interesting. I wonder what Python request would do there. Let's use the int function to convert a string into an integer, and the other way around is str, no? It should automatically convert to string, right? I don't think so. Well, we can try. Let's do it. Let's do it now. And when we finally get the flag, we'll get to when we finally get the flag, we'll get to try out what would happen. So PHP session is equal to 0. Okay. The thing is, if we convert it, I think we should do an in-between thing. So PHP ses /str is equal to PHP ses str string this. And instead of this, we put PHP ses str. Cool. Response is equal to post. Okay, we need an if statement. Because if we keep on looping and we don't do anything about the response, then if What specific string are we looking for here? Let's go back to our code. If the credentials for the next level, all right, let's go to this. If in response then print response break. That was good, no? Let's try it. All right, you can convert it to a string using str php sesh, but that number as bytes would be invalid according to HTTP. All right, let's see. Maybe it would have been cool to print out the things. Print out the numbers just to see that it's going forward. Well, I'd be very surprised if we got it already. If we got it already on the first try. Let's wait a minute. And then if it doesn't work, we'll start crying and hopefully it'll change stuff. Hey, thanks for your help for the past hour and a half or 2 hours. Grey Hatter and Joshy. It's been really cool having you. So it seems like it ended without anything. If credentials for the next in response, print response. How about we print response already, just to see what it looks like. Print response. And then here we print. Let's print PHP sesh. Print PHP sesh. Let's see, let's debug a bit. 1, 2, 3, response 200. You see, response is not what we're after. Doesn't tell us much. What do we do here? If this user exists in response.txt, that's the difference. In response.txt. So print response.txt. Not text. It's not a file. Okay, that looks pretty good. Anyway, we won't be able to retrieve this. Oh, maybe the last one will be a break. Oh, we could have kept going, actually. Anyway, let's get rid of this. All right, let's see. All right, we did a third already. Printing response again. Yeah, but it's checking in response.txt. What do I mean print response again? Oh man, it doesn't look like it's good. RIP. Rest in peace. At least give him the number. You can convert it to a string. Okay, printing response again. Oh, fudge. Hey, but we should have seen. No, I understand. I understand that we wouldn't have gotten it, but anyway, if we had seen this in response.text, it would have braked, and it didn't. Yeah, you want to print response. I mean, yeah, I get it. We made a mistake, but it doesn't make the fact that we should have gotten it regardless because we checked response.text. Yeah, so there's something wrong beyond that. PHP session ID is PHP string. Yeah, the mistake didn't matter. Would have been cool if it was just that. So it means that no matter the session ID, the thing though is that PHP session ID. I'm just gonna double check with ChatGPT. How do I declare a cookie in Python? Does that make sense? I don't know. I don't think it does. Flask. Okay. It's requesting Flask. Make response. I need to write a simple cookie that has data PHP sys ID and number is 12. Asking for sending a client cookie. Whoa, this is long. We need to send a client cookie. Ah, now I understand clearly. You want to send a cookie. Okay. Does the same thing. Why is it so complicated? Holy moly. PHP session ID is equal to str to string. Flask. Import Flask. From Flask, import Flask, make response UUID. I want to use Python request library. To use Python request library. To send a cookie from client to server using get. Now I get it clearly. Import request cookies equal to this. Maybe it's cookies is equal to this. Not payload. Not data. I think it's cookies, not data. You see here, I think we might need to change from data to cookies. How about that? But then we still need some data. Then I think data. We still need some data because we just input a cookie. It's not going to change anything. So how about this? Data is equal to... This doesn't go to the while. It's just the same as always. So data is equal to... Here we check inspect, username, and I think this is password, right? Yeah, it's password. Okay, username and password. So let's put in username. Okay, let's do it like this. Username. It won't. Like if I just put in the cookie, maybe it will. You think it will work if I just put in the cookie? I'm down. Let's try it. But I think it's not going to yield much. Let's print response.txt in all instances. I thought so, but I haven't memorized the source code. You haven't? That's so weird. 1, 2, 3, and then here it shows you're logged in as a regular user. Oh, maybe you don't. Oh, it stopped. Hey, well done. Vamos. Yay, well done, folks. Oh my god, so fun. We did it. Ah, cool. GG. Super nice. Super duper nice. Ah. So what was the number? The secret magic number was I took 119. But it's random, I think, because we saw it in the thing it's random. Yoo-hoo! Password. Nice. Okay, it wasn't that bad of a level. It was challenging. It wasn't that bad. I mean, the code did look scary at first, right? When you see this. This looks scary. There's a lot of things going on. It took us a while to understand it. And then when you do, it's a little bit easier. Natas 19. So what do we do, folks? Do we keep on going with Natas and freaking force our way to it? We're only here. Well, we're actually here. There's a bit left. It's going to get harder and harder. Do we just want to tease ourselves and figure out what Natas 19 is? Natas 19. And the password is this. All right, cool. We made it. Source code is freaking massive. Oh, it's the same thing, but a little bit more challenging. I think it's the same thing, but more challenging. Yup. Oh, wait, it doesn't show the page uses mostly the same code as the previous level, but session ID are no longer sequential. That's really nice of them to tell us. I don't see the button that index source. Should be enough for everyone. Okay, but then it transforms my hex. And then it does something. All right. So it does something. Function my hex 2 bin. So it transforms it. It seems like we're gonna brute force in a similar way though. Must contain a number and a username. Honestly, it looks like fun. I think I still want to do it. Folks, give me 3 minutes. I'll check on the situation, see if I have time to do it. And if not, we'll check in tomorrow. But in 3 minutes, I'll tell you. Be right back. All right, folks, we can do it a little bit longer. We're still in business. This. And then we're gonna have to make lunch or something. Sup, Densiak, Shema, Shema. Wolny dzień dzisiaj, nie? Bez praca. They're the best. How did you break Nata 17? Using the power of friendship is the reason, is the way we did it. All right, I'll show you the code. It was this one. I called it Nata's 18, but it was this one. So, woof, we had big time help. We used your help, Densiak, and we also used the help from Grey Hatter. I think came in later, but Joshy really helped us. Look, we made this, and we were amazed at this. For me, it was super cool how you can just start time and then end time and then do the difference to calculate if time had been over 2 seconds. I find it really cool. And so we did it bit by bit, and we learned little by little how to do these characters. But the thing is, to be honest, I still struggle with the quotation marks here, the proper syntax. And ChatGPT took us on a stroll, so yeah. So use the query, great job. Yeah. I mean, I got a bit of help on this one. It was challenging. The one we did right now was mostly us, though. I gotta say, we did have some help, like here saying that we had to be STR. Oh yeah, we said we would do this. Grey Hatter. We said that we would do it without the STR. Let's see if it changes things. Let's just do this. Doesn't serve any purpose, but let's see if it still gets, see, cookie value and version is equal to 0. Cookie.value. Yeah, so STR was really required here. Good. Yeah, that was a very good hint. I think Joshy told us that. Yeah, now it works. Yeah, it really needs to be in text format. Yep, I stayed at 119. I think 119 was it? 119, yeah. Cool. Yep, so you did a great job. Thank you. Joshy's hacking game is on point. Yeah. Joshy is a master hacker. Cool. Cool. Nice. Folks, I see take Joshy and Grey Hatter. You're not following. If you want to follow, that'd be appreciated. I was looking like someone because I know I've seen your name before. Take Joshy. Oh, thanks, Grey Hatter. And I know I've seen your name before. Grey Hatter, I think it was your first time today. And thank you very much for following. It's appreciated. I'm not sure if does it matter for. I think it does matter for Twitch stats. I'm not sure, but it's appreciated. Thank you very much, Grey Hatter. All right, so Densiak, Joshy, Grey Hatter, and everyone watching. I have no idea how many you are, but welcome. We are now on to Natas. Now we're moving to Natas 20. So it's a similar thing. It's a similar problem than the one we just faced. So just for you, Densiak, to understand where we were in the previous level, we enumerated cookie session IDs from, it could have been anything from 1 to 640. And we enumerated all of them until we were understood by the platform, by the server as admin. And then when that happened, we got a password. So that was it. Now it seems like it's a little bit more complex than that. It's a little bit more complex than that because we are here. Yep. So it's doing some coding here. All right. So function, it's doing my hex to bin. So if is return null. Okay. So we're going to understand this first encryption function. If this is not string H, if H is not a string, then we return null. Okay. So that should be okay. It will be a string. So it has to be a string. R is equal to empty. Okay, so we're just declaring a variable. Do we understand what is the difference between R and... Where is there dollar? I'm not sure. $sign empty. Empty or a space? No, empty. For A is equal to 0. A is below string length H. You do A plus 2. A equals A plus 2. So if A is equal to 0, A is below string length, A plus 2, R hexadecimal. Okay, so we have to, I think we have to reverse engineering this stuff. If request username is equal to admin, return 0. Function is valid ID, must be lowercase. ID string to lower, return false. Okay, must decode my hex to bin ID. Must contain a number and a username. Okay, it's really nice how they explain their code, huh? Must contain a number and a username. Must contain a number and a username. If preg match, this decoded return true. If we have an ID and a name. Okay. Return true. And this is still part of which function? This part of the function is valid ID. All right, let's go back to printing the thing. So your admin credential levels are not as 20. Password is this. So it is a requirement, no? Array key exists. Admin session admin is equal to 1. Sure. Let's see. All right. Okay. So these are the requirements for it to print the admin password. Session and array. Session must be here. So session, okay. Session must be true. All right, let's start exploring a little bit. Let's go into a private tab. I don't know why it worked better last time, so let's keep doing that. Boom, boom. We're gonna go natas 19, and we're gonna paste the password that we got over here. 19, copy, paste. All right, so let's type in a random username. Then siak, very random, huh? 1, 2, 3, login. Oh, we didn't put debug. So let's put debug. No. Debug. Okay, deepen session start. Okay. You're logged in as a regular user. Let's check out our cookie here. Cancel storage. Ooh. So it is now a little bit more complicated. Because it's been encrypted with something, right? But it's still pretty easy to guess. All right, all we have to do is decrypt, and we can do the same thing, I think. It's just that we're gonna have to decrypt a bit. Size 31. Okay. Before it was 12. All right, folks. Crown should belong back on here because we've achieved 2 levels in just one stream, so that's really good. We deserve the crown. We definitely deserve that crown. Okay, so session is okay, and then we see here this. I think all we have to do is find a way to get from this back, or well, the other way around. Just have to do from 1 to 60. So we have to do the same thing. We're gonna do Control A, Control C, Control T. No, can we do a new text file? Python. Do the same thing. We save it as not as 20. Car numeration, and instead of, okay, we know 19, I think password is copied. No, I press Control C at the same time. Control C, Control V, PHP session. Okay, cool. PHP session is equal to string. Okay, so before we do that, PHP str. Okay. Whoops, what the fuck? All right, we have to process this a tiny bit. We have to process this a tiny bit before we can get going. What do we do from here? We have to process it a bit. So we have to understand how the algorithm is being, the encryption is being done. We have here is string, so it should be a string, huh? If this is a string, you return null. Yeah. Do we have the same thing before? If this is the thing, you return null is valid. Wait. I'm trying to understand if there was the same thing before. This is Natas 2019. And the thing is, I don't know. I think we'll see. If it doesn't work, we'll go further. But I think for now, all we have to do is to understand this. So for a is equal to 0, do we even know what a is? It's just a random number we put in. Okay. So it's just a number we declare. A is equal to 0. A is below string length, okay, of age. Is this for decrypting? I think it actually decrypts. This decrypts max string, max ID. This decrypts it. So what happens? Where's max ID being taken? Where's a number being generated? Create user ID, it takes in this. And then it does, whoops. It takes the max ID, okay. And then what does it do? It does the ID number is random. Okay, that was just like before. And then the ID string is the ID number, which we just determined here, slash user. And then you hex to bin it. So it contains the user. So the ID string should then be, that's interesting. So this over there this over there contains Densiac here because my user was Densiac. Maybe you can try to decrypt it, no? Let's go in CyberChef. Just for fun, try to decrypt it. Ooh. All right. So we want to bin to hex. This is encrypting, so we want hex to bin. Hex to bin. Can you do that? From hex, I think. We want to definitely delete everything from hex. Hey, super cool. Look at this, 117 Densiac. So it's a number dash Densiac. So we should have use this row and then add dash and then Densiac. Okay, so it's gonna be str. Well, str php ses plus. I wonder if this is gonna work. Plus dash admin. All right, this is the format, right? From hex, it does. Oh no, there's no space here. There's no space. PHP says string. Okay. Nice. I think this is good. I want to print PHP sesh stir. Print PHP says stir, just to make sure that we got it right. Admin. Okay, so it's printing twice. Yeah, it's PHP printing says. Oh no, we forgot to hex the something. We need to hex it. Stop. Oh, we need to do something with hex, right? Yeah, we need to hex that stuff. How do I hex? Convert to hexadecimal Python. It's hex. All right, so we hex everything. We can delete this. Hey, you really have improved since day one. Just wanted to let you know. Oh, thank you, Densiac. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's thanks to, I mean, a part of it is me, but I think a big part of it is also the community. They've been really, really helpful. And yeah, I wouldn't have discovered Over the Wire if it wasn't for you folks. So yeah, thanks for that. All right, I think we're really close. PHP stir hex. All right, let's see it. Okay, there's an issue. Maybe we can just do it again. PHP says str is equal to hex php sester. Hope you keep going. Maybe one day you will change from risk analyst to pen tester of some blue team job. Ooh, maybe. Who knows? I don't know what I'm gonna do later. I have no idea. All right. Hex. Let's do this. Payload. Okay. str object cannot be interpreted as an integer. Ah, shit. Str object cannot be interpreted as an integer. Why not? Str. Str object cannot be interpreted as an integer. Hex is just a number, just saying I can't turn this whole string into a single number. Hex is just a number that's saying I can't turn this whole string into a single number. Do we have to do a for loop? No, probably not. Let's ask it to print. Hex is just a number. That error is saying I can't turn this into this whole string into just a single number. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so maybe I should read more than just whatever I read here. Hex function, hex number, print hex value. Try hex php ses encode utf-x hex. Oh wow, it's a bit more complex. Okay. Kind of giving me the answer here, huh? Densiak. All right, let's try to figure it out. Let's try to figure out without Densiak's answer. So we have a string, and we want to convert it to. It's not a string. Yeah, we have a string. Convert a string to hex. Just auto Python API lookup. Yeah, he is. Convert to Python API. Python hex. Convert x. Okay. But what if it's converts a negative integer? Here you're doing hex a number, hex value. What if hex is okay, there we go. Hex, probably a bit small for you folks. Let's make it bigger. Hex value is equal to 0xff. Number is equal to integer. Hex value 16. Don't get it. Converting back from hexadecimals to integer in Python. Yeah, it's not really giving an answer. It's just encoding string to hex. Yeah, it's not really giving an answer. It's just encoding string to hex. Try print hex A. All right, I'm down. Print hex A, but A hasn't been defined. Ah, okay, okay. I see what you mean. And I put hex instead of hex. Hex A. Okay, let's see it. Whatever. Print hex A. I can start a new Python script. See how it behaves. Python print hex A. Let's see it. Okay. Save. Okay. String cannot be operated as an integer. Just by running Python. You need to hex ord. I was going to complain about you giving me the answer again for fun. All right. So we have 3 and 3. Okay. Ord. I'm not sure what ord does. Ooh. Ord is hex ord. What does ord do? Ooh, that's really cool. Return. Wow, you can just hover to understand what something does. Return the original value of a character. Hex, okay. Hex returns a hexadecimal of a representative of an integer. I think hex function can only turn numbers into hexadecimals representation. If you want to encode an entire string into hex, you need to use my way or a for loop and some messy stuff along the way. That's interesting that it doesn't. So yeah, CyberChef is a lot better because for that you don't need to. For CyberChef, you don't need to define the. Yeah, you don't need to define hex to change it into an integer and everything. So we need to turn text into numbers prior to turning it into hex. Make sense? Hope so. Kind of makes sense to me. So yeah, let's do DenseX way then. That's correct. Noise. Noise. All right, so we're gonna do it this way. Print PHP says hex is equal to PHP says underscore str dot encode UTF dash 8 close this dot hex, and then we print PHP says hex, and we rename here PHP stress print str PHP says str PHP okay stir payload stir. We need to define it here. We're no longer interested in stir, we're interested in hex. And we're gonna print PHP slash hex just to see what's up, if it's working correctly. But yeah, should be good. This we don't need. Response to credentials, response. Okay, cool. I think it should work. Vamos. Do 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 do. Oh, staying here for a little bit. Oh, Okay, keeps on going. Hey, we did it, folks. Woohoo! Nice. Well done, team. Great work. Well done, everyone. Oh my god, we did 3 levels in one day. Holy moly. I mean, we did 2, right? One was partially done. So cool. Nice, folks. Thank you. Well done. Also, look in CyberChef to make sure everything is correct. Ord turns character into integer. Cool. Got the next password. Honestly, this was pretty encouraging. In the sense that I was about to give up Natas, but I mean, we did this one quite quickly. And we're surrounded by geniuses, so... so that was quite quick. Nice. So we saved this. I think we can do a quick Pico. How many levels on Natas do you have? There's 32. We can close this. 33. I think the 33 doesn't count, though. I think 33 doesn't count. Like, if it's the same as over the wire, the 33rd doesn't count or something. Cool. I want to do a small Pico CTF. Just to finish off the day. Crack the A. Okay. Cyber Doctor. All right, what do? We do a medium one? What kind of thing do we want to do? Binary, web exploitation, cryptography? Maybe a web exploitation? That's what we're the theme at the moment. Ooh, this one has really good reviews. Let's do it. All right. A university's online registration portal asks students to upload their ID cards for verification. The developer put some filters in place to ensure only image files are uploaded, but are they enough? Take a look at how the upload is implemented. Maybe there's a way to slip past the checks and interact with the server in ways you shouldn't. Additionally, additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. All right, we get 2 hints as well. Cool. The web application is here. Let's see it. Browse, upload a scanned copy or photo of your valid ID to continue with the registration process. Okay. Browse. Let's just upload yellow.py. See what happens. Upload ID successfully uploaded. Okay. Okay, that's not very well protected. Is it basically, are we gonna do a reverse shell? There's one for reverse shell. Fortunately, I don't think we can use crack station. Can't use crack station. Darn it. What can we do instead? We can use... we can use a reverse shell. All right, so we're gonna set up a... What is my ID? Do you have burp installed? Yes, I do. But I don't really know how to use it. Scares the fuck out of me every time. We're gonna open the terminal for the first time in like a month. IP a. Let's see what our IP is. Oh, we're not connected to a VPN. 10.2.15. Wow, same as here. 10.2.15, port 902. That works. All right, let's try to put this into a document. Nano. Where are we? We're in home. Rev shell dot txt. Let's put in that. All right, Control X, yes. All right, so now we can put it maybe inside there. All right, let's open again the platform. Upload the ID. All right, we just put it in home, I think. Reverse shell.txt, open, upload ID. Not allowed. Okay, but Python script is allowed. PNG GIF, but Python script was allowed. PHP, will it be not allowed? Not allowed. PHP is not allowed, okay. Python. Well, maybe there's some reverse shells we can put on Python, no? From Python. Excuse me. Do you have burp installed? Does Pico CTF have a VPN? Without a VPN, you're not getting a reverse shell unless you do a port forwarding. You're absolutely right. Does Pico have a VPN? No, it doesn't have a VPN. I mean, we can also we maybe don't need to do a full-on reverse shell. Maybe we can just execute a code that just cats or something. You could do a web shell. Yeah. How do I do a web shell? Yeah, you could. Create a web shell from a Python file. Basic web shell in Python. SkinP. It's a lot of printing. All right, let's try to make this document. Nano shell.py. How do you like this? Before that, I'd recommend you check out a wave bypassing upload filters. Usually involves something as simple as changing the extension from PHP to PHP 3, PHP 5. All right. That's why I asked you for burp. Okay. I think I've done this before. Let's try this, and if it doesn't work, we'll move on to your solution. But it's true that it does feel easier. Shell.py. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. Browse. All right, we should see a shell.py. We do. Upload ID. Okay. Oh. Wasn't executed. That's disappointing. Without VPN, you're not getting this. Yeah, true. We don't need a reverse shell here. We just need to... Why doesn't this work? We're just seeing this. It's not being executed. That's the thing. The thing is just displaying. It's not really... It's not executing the thing. It depends on what framework was used when building the web app. Yeah. So it's not really executing here. What does that mean? Maybe Python is not being executed, but maybe PHP is or something like that. Yeah. The front command import CGD enable CGITB. Most times the CTFs like this, you need to somehow upload a PHP file. Okay. All right. So can we get a PHP file that just cats everything? That just LS's LA and then cats everything? PHP web shell. Oh, super simple. HTML body. Okay, so it's pretending to be a HTML. Servers, PHP self is set get command. Ooh. 2, 1. All right, let's see it. The fuck are all these comments? Are they coded? Better if asset 2 is equal to, yeah. All right. Super weird. Then no simple PHP web shell. Maybe we don't even put that PHP. We just put it like that. Control X. Yes. What? It works, but what the fuck? Cat all? Yeah, okay, it kind of works, but not really. The fuck? So get if inset get I saw there were comments on this. Something was better. Better. All right, let's see it. They suggest saying system get cmd dot. Yeah, let's change to whatever they said. 2 and is under 1. 2 and is under 1. All right, let's try it this way. Control X, yes, save, go back, upload, reverse shell, natas, game, where is it? Reverse shell.txt, no. Home, okay, that's where we're at. Simple web shell reverse, exactly, upload. All right. ls, oh man. Don't work. Freaking trash PHP web shells. Before that, I'd recommend you check out, oh no, I'm running. Try pinggoogle.com. That's a good one. Pinggoogle.com. Nope. If it hangs, the command is being executed. What do it mean if it hangs? If it like stays a while? Ay, ay, ay. 2 minutes, 55 seconds left. No, we don't want a reverse shell. We want a web shell. What's the big one? It's a massive one. Holy moly. How can I trust this? *4. Try giving the file name an extension to PHP3 or PHP5. Alright. Good point. And I'm not sure if it's going to work then. What is it? How do you rename something? It is a CD or CD or cut? No, CD, no. Was it moving around Linux? CP, I think. It was CP. MV, right. Q, MV. Shell into simple web shell.php 5. Let's try it this way. Oh, shoot. It doesn't exist. Nope. Nope. Darn it. Okay. C99. Holy moly. 3 forks, 2 stars, 4 stars. MV. So this didn't work. What else can we do? Can you check out how does the filtering work? You mean seeing the base code and everything? Oh no, we're in Pico. All right, let's close a few of those. Reverse shell is not gonna work. This is an option. I think it's Pico. All right, we need to restart. What do you mean? How does filtering work? How does the filtering work? I can't see that, no. It says on Pico that you could, I think. It said on Pico that you could, I think. Can you check how does the filtering work? I could use the hints. Take a look at how the upload is implemented. Maybe there's a way to slip by as it checks and interact with the server in ways you shouldn't. It says on Pico that you could, I think. How does filtering work? Apache can be tricked into executing non-PHP files as PHP with a .htaccess file. Oh. Damn, yeah. Okay, so let's do it. MV this into simple web shell dot htaccess. Oh, one sec. Let me just try this. Same issue. You could probably upload a .htaccess file, write a rule that JPG files should be executed as PHP files, and then upload a web shell.jpg. But look, like it's already doing it. I think it's just that the PHP is not working, no? The reverse shell is trash. No, the web shell is trash, no? Dear God, I remember that now. Why do you remember? I did not miss htaccess. Why? Why did you not miss it? Oh my God. The HTML is being rendered by the browser, but PHP is not being executed. I see. That's why we need that. All right. I don't know what htaccess is. Is a configuration file for Apache web servers that allows directory level control over server behavior, enabling features like URL redirection, password protection, custom error pages, and caching without editing the main server config. It's a simple text file starting with a dot placed. Oh, I know this one. Starting a directory. All right, so we need to do that. Wow, the chat went bananas. Files in media cannot be executed. The HTML is being rendered by the browser, but PHP is not being executed. Because it said in access, probably the root directory that files in media images cannot be executed. Got it. Because it's a great way to shoot yourself in the foot, but you realize until it becomes septic and then you die. What? Gray Hatter. What? Because it's a great way to shoot yourself in the foot, but then you realize until it becomes septic and then you die. Oh my God. So much tragedy. Man, you should be in theater, not in cyber. All right, cool. We understand what it does. Now let's modify some accesses. Modify to run in PHP. How to set up PHP version, htaccess website. It's great to have a secret backdoor live on your server forever, and you'll never know. Ooh. But if you upload a htaccess in the media directory rule saying all .jpg files should be executed as PHP files, then that rule will override the root one, if I do remember correctly. All right, let's see here. Is there a way I have htaccess that maps a domain to a folder? Is there a way to add extra domain maps using PHP? So we have to redirect that. Okay. htaccess. Sorry, how do I change that to be executed? modify .hta access through upload ad through upload. Wow, in WordPress. Damn. To modify access to upload, you can use FTP client on your hosting file manager and computer. You can also create a new HTA file locally and upload it. Ooh. Our HTA file, we can just upload it and upload it if one doesn't exist. All right, what if one exists? Then maybe it's going to take over. Let's see. .hta. So what is .hta written in? What is .hta written in? What is written? Spanish translation. It's written in Apache language. Can you write n .hta access rule that all .jpg files should be run in PHP. All right, so let's create this file. Nano. Okay, never mind. Nano. Nano, what do we want to write? Nano cool file .htaccess. Paste it. Control X. Yes. Whoops, what? Control X. Yes. All right, now we upload it in there. Go CTF. We have 6 minutes left. See if we can do it. HTA access. Upload. Boom. Wait, what? Simple web shell.hta access. I clicked on it. It does me execute thing. Okay. LS. What the fuck? Why does it do that? I never requested that. What the hell? Did I? Oh, no, that wasn't it. Yeah, I did that. Cool file, HTTPX access. Upload. All right, this one shouldn't do anything. Yeah, it just sets this. Now maybe if we save our web shell, this one, this, Control Shift C, MV, this into ooh, wow. One sec, folks. I see y'all. Simple.jpg. And now we upload simple.jpg and it should be good, no? I see the chat going bananas. Simple.jpg. Upload. Contains errors. Shoot. All right. Actually, it should be HTA access without anything before the dot. Ah, okay. Really? Yeah, that syntax is required. It has to be a dot file. Okay. Yeah, I understand. Okay. See what you mean now. All right, 4:28. Can we do it? Browse. We can just rename it here, no? Maybe not. MV. Cool file.htaccess, not hta access. Or .htaccess. Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? F dot HTA. No, wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's hidden. It's hidden. Cyber Doc Trina, welcome. Thank you very much for following us. Pleasure to have you. Browse. All right, show hidden files. All right, hidden files. It is HTA access. Upload. Nice. I don't think it will do anything. Let's just check it out. Forbidden. Okay, that's okay. And now, yeah, makes sense. And now we want to upload simple.jpg. A moment of truth. A looks good. LS. Oh man. Who am I? No. Sleep 3. No. Darn it. That's weird, indeed. All right, true to try uploading more than just one file. If we upload them together, true, try that. Simple and we want HTA access. All right, and the other one. And basically did the turning it off and on again. LS, man. Just sleep 3. Hey, it slept. What could this mean? Set handler application xpd php. The fuck? I think your payload is wrong. My payload is trash. Trash. Cat. Hey, it's printing. LS. LA home. Hey, Cyber Doctorino. Hey, our names are quite similar. Densiac 0 typo. Okay. Are you from the EU? Yes, I am. Are you from the US? At 4:55. But I wonder why Pinko didn't hand the website. Yeah, maybe there's nothing in your current directory. Yup. PWD. I'll do PWD. PWD. We're having trouble connecting to that site. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, wait. Is it this one? Timeout. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, doctrina is doctor in Latin. Ooh. Cool. Student, let's upload some trash in there. HTA access, upload ID. Cool. It won't show anything. Forbidden. That's okay. Now we upload. simple.jpg. Let's see it. All right, and now we should get a something. And if it says timeout curl, ip.gr.ht. You can hear that, no? Angry enter. IP? You want to turn IP? All right, let's try IP. In cyber doctrina, we believe. All right, oh. Also should be that DNS not set. Your cyber, can you ping C5 Google? All right. Ping C5 google.com. Not sure what's going on. Yeah, that looked firewalled. Maybe. Just where do we get the freaking the flag? Cat. Well, they're currently the server. I mean, oopsies. Timeout. Or ping CCC. Okay. Ping C 8.8.8.8. I mean, I don't think Pico want to allow their website to be used as a way of DDoSing or something, or doing some stupid shit. So maybe they're putting some firewalls. The server has crashed. Ay 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 ay. That's what I'm thinking. Strong firewall. Ay ay ay. Caramba. All right, we're gonna get through it. Pico is usually just a fun thing we do at the end of streams, but today is a real struggle. All right, let's see. Where is our file? HTA access, upload ID. All right, successfully uploaded. It's wonderful. Browse. And we want simple.jpg. Upload. Simple.jpg. Cool. Let's go into it. Anyways, good job. Gotta go. Happy New Year, everyone. Thanks, Densiak. Take care. LS. Nice. Okay, good idea. So we're gonna go from here. Make a user, no? CD user. LS. There's no users? Is that what it's saying? CD this. LS. All right. LS user. Okay, there's something. LS LA user local. Now we have to find the freaking thing. Bin etc games include. No, I think this is what we want. ls LAD. Ooh, that's the best. It's for binary flies. Oh yeah, really? ls slash. So where we want to go from here? Home. Oh, home, no? So there's nothing in home? Is that what it means? Alright. CD this. Oh, excuse me. ls. There's a one called challenge. All right. Cat. Oh man, what the fuck? Maybe it's a view source. Yeah, maybe it's not, huh? ls challenge. What the fuck? I can see what the fuck a lot, huh? Hey, Vandal is here. Hello. It's been a little bit. What are we looking for? We are in a server and we are looking for the flag. We're almost there. Lolcat etc challenge. That's correct. Oh, view source. Okay, so type, or was it file / challenge? It's a directory. Cannot open 2. Okay, I know where the 2 came from. ls la / challenge. ls challenge. Find GURP flag. Okay. GURP. Find flag. It's gonna take a while, no? Weird. Indeed, right? Once you get there, it's usually easy. Do without. Oh, without the slash. Maybe. Cat challenge. Cat challenge. I don't think so because it's not the right type. No, it was a way. I don't know the syntax for the flag. How do I find a file called flag.txt in a Linux instance? Maybe you need to get another LSLA challenge to view source, but it's empty. We already did that. Let's try this. Oh, darn it. Is a flag called flag.txt? I got no clue. ls / boot challenge dev home lib media opt proc. I mean, it's really suspicious because challenge is nowhere usually in Linux, but here it's empty. Yeah. All right, ls la let's do this. Challenge. Oh yeah, maybe you could get another user. Ooh, that's a good point, Vandal. It is not a normal folder. Can I sudo? We have 8 minutes still. Okay, we're good. How would you go about searching? Okay. Cat etc/pwd. How do you view the different users, Vandal, on a Linux machine? Cat etc password. Okay, thank you. Cat. All right, who do we got here? We got daemon root sys 60 man lipmol news upc proxy www data. Oh, we can search who am I? No, because we don't know. ls etc. Check history or anything running on another user. Check history on anything. ls etc. All right, ls tc. Password. We already read that. Resolve conf shell. Do you want to go in shell? Shells? No, maybe not. No users unless www has something. Let's check who am I, no? It won't tell us. ls etc patchy dos. You gotta view source because that makes no sense. What do you mean view source? Cat apache dos conf. All right, you gotta be there. etc patchy 2 / conf. Won't tell us. File will think it's a tag, it won't display it. Fudge. You can run nano. You can run ps-aux and see the web server is running as. Okay. ps-aux. Ooh, nice. I've never been here before. SSS, SSSS, ZR, ps-aux 2. Ah, that's us, no? We're www data. Because we just ran that. How much time left? 5 minutes. And then I'm going to need to eat, folks. ls user bin. ls usr bin. Clear console, curl. Wow, these are some pretty important functions here. ls la. What do you do sudo l? Yeah, so check who has sudo privileges, no? Well, it seems like no one. ls la. Yeah, I don't know. Sudo ls la. var hg. Okay, this is where we are. pwd. Who am I now? I tried before. It didn't yield anything. I think you need to get a real reverse shell. You can do better commands. Maybe. All right, if we're gonna do that, then we should restart the instance. Where do we get a good reverse shell? You got one, Vandal? Stabilize, I guess. CPR. Challenge the web dir. Stabilize it, I guess. PHP web shell. Easy, simple. Simple PHP reverse shell. All right. But this is a reverse shell. We don't want to connect to it. We just want to... Right, because... well, we could do a reverse shell, no? I just used the first one. The first one is the one we were using. The first one is the one we have. Reverseshells.com. Yeah, I have it here. Reverseshells.com. It's just that, do we want a reverse shell? Bash PHP. Hey, it's very similar to the one we have. This is a web shell. Also try base 64 encoding. Why? It will bypass basic WAF. I think this is a bit advanced for what we're going for right now. I'll just copy this, try it. WAF, web application firewall. That will help sidestep some issues. Held a message for smart detection. Okay. Cool. Let's copy this, try this, and then we'll see. Nano web shell dot jpg. Paste. Control X. Yes. Enter. All right, let's do it. Web application over here. Upload, browse. Web shell, simple. Okay, this is gonna be a last try, folks. If we can't make it, we'll try another time. HTA access, cool, we got it. And here we can go back and upload our, what did I even call it? Called it webshell.jpg. Webshell.jpg. Upload. Click here. All right, looks like we got something. Let's see. LSLA. Hey, finally we got something. JPG, webshell.jpg. Oh, I was hoping we kind of get a... That looks like a better web shell, no? CD. Oh, ls. Yes. So let's CD challenge. Fuck. Fudge. CD won't work. Yeah. LSLA challenge. Yeah. This still doesn't work, folks, huh? What the fuck do we do? Boot up proc root run bin srv sys temp user var. Who am I? Good idea. W data. Okay, now it's answering us. That's a good sign. Can I see that shell again? Yes. It's not this one. It's not this one. God. So many tabs open. It's not this one either. The fuck did I get it? Over the wire. Oh, we still have this open. Oh lord. We didn't plan on this taking this long. This is why we organize ourselves like pigs. It's this one. Method server PHP self. Text is inset get command system get command. You can close tabs. That's true. I can very much close tabs. Agree py bash nc to make it more stable. Yeah, I have notes on this actually. While Grey Hatter looks at this, I'm going to look at my notes to make a reverse shells more stable. Connecting to stuff, privilege escalation, scripting in map, prompt injection, try hack me, steganography, web hacking, PHP, reverse shell, and listeners. When creating scripts to execute them, start with bin bash. Okay. Wait, what do you suggest? Weird. There's no bash. Folks, if you have ideas on how to make this more stable, please shout. All right. ls la dot slash. What does this do? Upload a PHP. Did we put that in there? Images index. Cat. That's their file. Should we cat it? ls la slash root. Sure. ls la cat. Well, let's just do lsla again. Oopsies. ls la slash, there's dot here, dot. We get these images. So weird, no? What does this dot slash do? We have to view source. If you cat it, you'll have to view source. Okay, let's try upload that PHP or what? Parent, you have to view source, parent directory. All right, let's cat. Can I do that? Cat all in dot slash. What the fuck? What the fuck did I just do? All right. Folks. We're figuring it out. How I tricked a university. Nice. Hint 2, try uploading. Okay. Only images allowed. Nice trap, Kip Kitty. HTA. I then crafted a shell.jpg. var www flag.txt. All right, completely cheated. Var cat var. Wait, let's ls la var ww ls la /var/www, Control-Alt-Control-C, enter, flat.txt. God damn it. Should have been returned, no? Should have been returned where we searched for it. The fuck happened? We were using the horrible thingy. It was on flag.txt. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it. Ay, ay, ay. Cat flag.txt. Darn it, you had it, huh? Cyberdoctrinia. Let's search for it. Okay. Yeah, buddy. And to be fair, the streamer Shy Hat once told me that indeed, usually the interesting stuff on web servers were in www data. Or in var www. So, whoops, my bad. My bad. Folks, I think that was our longest stream ever today. 5 hours and 20 minutes. We usually just stream for 20 minutes and then we're like, oh, I'm tired. Just kidding. That happened like twice. All right. Because Fine Gerp would have done it. That's true. Oopsies. Oopsies. Folks, we're going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to be back tomorrow for more hacking. We're going to do some Natas. For those that don't know, Natas is a web hacking thingy. Hey, thanks for following, Luano. Pleasure to have you on board. And we're going to come back tomorrow, do some hacking. Yep. We're going to be back at 6 a.m. in my time. So that is 5 hours and 20 hours ago. So that is 18 hours and 40 minutes from now. Cool, folks. Thank you, Luano. Oh, hey, guys. I like this one. This emoji. It looks really weird on a tiny screen. I like it. Launo. Thank you very much. Folks, if you want to drop a follow, it's lovely. Ooh, let me just check if this works. Overall chill. Oh, hello. It works. My God. So cool. I have no idea how to make this right size, though. And on Sunday, folks, have a good one. Thank you very much. And on Sunday, folks, we're going to do for the first time a study together stream and chill together. It's going to be the format is going to be... It's going to be... We're going to do 20 minutes. Oh, I got to fix this. The fuck? Oh, no, it's working? This is not working. We're going to do some time studying and then we're going to chill. So it's going to be like a study together kind of stream. Folks, thanks a ton. Saw a lot of new faces today. Cyberdoctrina, so cool seeing you. Launo, of course. Great Hatter. Wow, you stuck around really, huh? You were a ton of help today. Vendel, pulling us in the hard times. We also had, of course, XR that was here at the beginning. Densiak that came to the rescue as well. We had someone that was green. Their name was... Joshi, of course. Joshi. And of course, everyone else who didn't, who just chilled and watched us. It was lovely having you. And I'll see you tomorrow, folks. Oh, hold on. Let's just see if there's someone we can, I don't know, do that thing we usually do. We sometimes do. Your cyber doctor, that's only us. Okay, it's okay. Happens. Thanks a lot, folks. Take care and see you tomorrow, hopefully. If not, another time. Ciao, folks. Take care.